Okay. I hope that works. These lights are still gonna cause issues. Whoa, hang on. Oh shit, that's the issue. It was probably on my side. Hang on. One sec. Fucking Windows is stupid is the problem. Yeah, I have a different communication device than I do the device I'm actually listening to. Okay, so say something.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me?
Oh, that's way louder. It's like perfect.
Okay, perfect. I don't know what to do with that. My side's also lagging. I don't know, something about my computer. I think my computer just updated recently, and it's like my computer is having a hard time running the stream. So we'll see. But oh well. It is what it is. I'm gonna keep going as is for now. Yeah, so we're just gonna dive in here. Airbrushing came out pretty good on this.
Were you like worried about airbrushing just something bigger?
You get a lot of feedback on your mic.
Oh, hang on. Like you're hearing a lot of background noise?
It's actually like buzzing. It's got like a high frequency, kind of like buzz and tone to it. Very not sure actually.
Yeah, I need to buy a new lav mic, but not yet. Okay.
Are you using the lav mic?
Yeah. It
sounded like it was like rubbing against clothes or something.
Well, it shouldn't be doing
like
that.
The sound it was giving off.
But like, are you hearing it still?
A little bit.
You might hear me a couple times here in a second.
Yeah.
Test. What? Test. Test.
That sounds better.
Test. How about now?
The buzzing seems to. Whoa, whoa.
Sorry.
There was something really bad, whatever that was.
But the buzzing is gone?
Yeah, it made just a really weird. It'll sound like a dial-up sound.
Yeah, it was just feedback. Because right now I have it set, so I'm actually like listening to me talking,
okay.
so that I can try and find.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. But no, I just hadn't. I had not done a vehicle. I'd done like Necron vehicles, just like that transport. I hadn't done anything that had so many smooth surfaces yet. And this
They're
is
tough,
just like
man.
in a box.
Like no matter what you do, flat panels are tough.
Yeah, it came out okay. I'm gonna need to touch some stuff up, but it's not bad. But I was like, I want to finish these Death Guard really bad, and I do need to do those. But then I was like, but these could go straight into an army right now. But
yeah, it's like immediate satisfaction or payoff later down the road.
Exactly. So of course I settled for immediate satisfaction.
Can't say I would blame you.
We're getting echo? Is that what you're saying? Oh, can you?
Is there echo now?
I don't know. I'm not hearing echo, so we'll see what chat says. But,
If it's
I'm
up
not hearing
from
it
my
right now.
side, let me know, chat.
It might be they might be referring to something on my side. We'll see.
My mic could be picking you up as well. I have a noise gate and a noise suppression thing set, but
Gotcha. We'll see. I'm sure someone will say something. But yeah, trying to figured I'd go ahead and get them painted. Then I'll have pretty much everything I have for custodians will be painted up. Like there'll still be some Terminators and stuff that I could build, and some more sisters, but I don't need more sisters right now for anything.
yeah.
All the stuff that has an intent right now, like that has something I'm using it for, will be painted.
Yeah. That's the point I'm at with my... It's like, I think I really like the way this list I played last week played. I'm just going to focus on painting it, and then everything else will be later.
Yeah, you can always change stuff, and if the points change, you can always just move stuff around.
Yeah.
I sincerely doubt that the ad mech are going up in points. They seem pretty well balanced now.
Yeah.
So, if anything, I'd see maybe some of the underused stuff going down in points, like the melee guys or something like that.
Yeah. I could probably see the Iron Striders going down a little bit. Like, I feel like their nerf, once they removed core, like, that was all they needed. That made them not as usable. But then they also got a point increase on top. And it was just like...
Yeah. It's kind of... sometimes they double down on nerfs like that. And it kind of needs to settle in to see which ones. The problem is they may not go back and fix it.
Yeah.
So... we'll see.
Camera.
They're also going to be walking into the because I feel like their troops are just going to end up being better than their vehicles were, because now they're walking into a Tau meta.
Yeah.
Where no vehicle is safe. So Storm Surge, that's their Lord of War choice, the big bad, the real big one.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one that has the 12 damage gun.
Oh, shit.
And it turns out they have a stratagem that lets them ignore invuln like the Hammerhead does.
Oh.
The Railgun does. So it could be 12. It could be 24 damage, no invuln.
Jesus, dude.
Yeah, it's gonna be painful.
Oh, tell me I have another... Right.
Out of the dust. You know you have choices in who you subscribe with the Prime. We appreciate you flying with...
What the fuck just happened?
I need to have some kind of a Prime thing that happens, or like a sub thing. Still haven't really set you that up. I was actually going to talk to Hector about getting some more emotes and stuff made.
I need to go back.
Some more.
Although I've been streaming on YouTube a lot more, which is where I'm streaming right now. So it's like...
Oh, cool. Hey, stream.
It's just me. I mean, I haven't been streaming on YouTube. Well, I haven't been streaming much in general. Hang on one second. But especially not on YouTube. Like, I just haven't been streaming much.
Sure. For any of my people watching right now, this is my friend Drew. He's actually the guy I got to play Warhammer with on Saturday. He streams. He plays Apex a lot. He streams his hobby stuff too, which is he's doing now. And he plays AdMech. He plays
Chaos.
Which,
and soon
the new book coming out. Kind of in limbo right now till that new book comes out, which is totally cool.
Yeah.
And then Space Wolves.
I'm so pumped, man.
Coming up down the pipe. Oh, really cool stuff. He went from he was like, I don't think I'm not interested in this, to like having an army painted, pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty quick.
Well, and I went from I will never play Warhammer because I knew how expensive it was, to
Yeah.
I haven't been playing less. I've been playing less than a year, and I have 2,000 points at least in 3 different factions. Not to mention the
Yeah,
fact
you
that
also
I have probably closer to 4 in chaos.
you 100% do, because that's Lord of Skulls. But also, something else to point out: you've also played more than Philip has, who is kind of the guy who was like the guy I was playing against, and you were like, "Oh, okay, I'll play," and then you just like jumped in. I
Yeah,
can barely get Philip to play a game. You played like a bunch.
yeah. Well, it's more of two. Like I
Shit.
I needed a distraction that wasn't looking at a computer screen. I mean, that's the whole reason I
It's
started
nice.
playing. And
Yeah.
and then it turns out it's like, oh, I'm not the worst at painting, and I really enjoy it. And then the game is also super fun. So it's like, even if I wasn't playing, like even if let's say I moved, which could happen later at some point, I'm pretty sure I would keep doing Warhammer stuff, even if I couldn't find a group
Yeah.
to play, and I would just keep building because I really do like painting and building. Like throwing paint
Sure.
around
And
is
it's one of those
very
things like
therapeutic.
it's nice. It's a fun hobby. Uh, Painting anything, it's just a lot of fun. I like mini painting. It's just fun to do. Really fun. Happen to like these models a lot, but yeah, it's great. Not even rediscovering it, because I never really like. I always wanted to get my stuff painted. It was just like after I was buying minis the whole time after Warhammer Fantasy went away. I still
Hmm.
had War Machine, all that kind of stuff, but I just wasn't painting anything. I was spending way more time thinking about painting, but then like just deciding I can just buy more minis
Yeah.
and play different stuff, and I was enjoying that. I just got to a point where I was like, I want to paint this stuff. I really want to get it painted. I want to get over that hump of actually having a completed army at some point in my life, because that just was always my big hurdle. Like I loved painting. I wasn't a good painter, but like I painted for years, years and years and years. But I've never in my life had a fully painted on the table horse up until now. Like 15 years I painted and never finished an army, because there's always something that got in my way. Like with my vampire counts was really the one that haunted me a bit, because I got so close and I painted so many minis. Warhammer armies, just so like for reference, Warhammer Fantasy on average had way more models than 40k. Like old 40k had more models than new 40k has. But like old Fantasy had more models than old 40k, and it had way more models than like current Age of Sigmar and stuff like that. Generally, there are some Horde armies that have a lot, but like my vampire counts weren't like just a Horde army. They were just an army, and I had like nearly 200 minis in that army,
Damn.
and I had most of them painted. The problem is it was always something. And for that army, I had a big monster called a Fargeist that I just never painted, because I was intimidated by painting something so big. It was this big like zombie dragon looking thing, the bat head on him. Really cool model. They still have it actually. It's actually in the what are they called? Fuck, what are they called? Flesh Eater Quartz. It's their Start Collecting box, has that same model in it. Great model, aged really well. But yeah, never finished it. Just never finished it. So every time I played against Philip back in the day, it was just like, cool. It's like 1,500 points painted, and then this. So being able to jump in and actually finish an army and get stuff done has been nice. It's like having a start and a finish point has been really cool.
All my miniatures painted. Man, why did my camera just?
All of your what?
All my miniatures painted, like, or like an entire army painted at least.
Yeah, dude, getting an army, setting a goal for a list, and getting an army painted feels so good, so good. It did for me with Necrons, and it kind of got me on the winning path, so to speak. Like I built the habit of, now I want to actually finish stuff. I didn't get stalled If I had gotten stalled painting the Necrons, it probably would have been disastrous.
Yeah.
Probably never would have finished anything ever again. But I didn't.
I feel like this isn't level. I think it is. Whoop.
So I ended up not doing a full battle report for TikTok, but I did post some clips from our thing, and they did pretty good.
Nice. I'll have to check them out.
Yeah, it's nothing crazy. It was just like the intro of our armies and like the overview of our armies, and then like kind of that first turn deployment.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't really get any pictures from our second game. I was so focused on playing it.
Yeah.
I've been pretty much straight up like just constantly reading stuff and watching videos, but mostly like reading it because it's all brand new. And I think I've got a pretty fun list that's interesting and does a few different things I get to try out. I think could actually be decent. Like it's not just like it's not. I don't think my ideas are bad. I think it, even though I'm not like the best at like strategery with the game necessarily, but I think I may be onto something at least.
I'm excited to see it.
That's what that's what I was trying to learn. Like, I was like, okay, there's so much stuff in this game list in this army in general that's like, this changes how you consolidate. This changes how you pile in. This changes how you heroically intervene. These guys get heroic intervention. I'm like, it's time that I finally learn how these things work.
Yeah. There's a lot of that with my Space Wolves that I'm gonna have to figure out, like heroic interventions and all that are way more of a thing than they were with any of my other stuff, because it's it's such a hero focused army.
Yeah, so mine is I like so consolidation and stuff. That's fine, but like heroic intervention was just something I didn't quite get. Now I get it.
Yeah.
And like I have like my regular guys can heroically intervene generally. Some of them can, not all of them, but like a lot of my regular dudes can like heroically intervene. So it's really relevant. And considering how much of a close combat army I am, it's extremely relevant.
Yeah. Man, I'm excited to have a close combat army. Like that's also like a thing. Like I have to basically learn how to do melee.
Yeah.
Because I've done it a little bit with chaos and a little bit here and there with AdMech, but not at the level that I'm like about to be doing it with Space Wolves.
Yeah, and plus it'll be kind of good practice because you wanted to play World Eaters or whatever
in
Chaos, and that's them. That is their identity is melee.
Yeah. Hopefully they get some good stuff.
I mean, it looks like they're probably going to get new berserkers and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I have enough berserkers that it's like I'm kind of sad, and I knew it was gonna happen. Like I shouldn't have bought my berserkers because they're outdated. Like they're really shitty squatty ones.
They're pretty old school.
But at the same time, like it looks kind of cool. So as long as they don't look super badass, I'm not gonna feel like I'm missing out too much.
We'll see. You may have to rebase them. They might make them bigger bases or something.
Oh.
But maybe they might not though.
Yeah.
Because they are melee units, and they do tend to make try to get those smaller so you get more in combat. So I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're on a 40 mil base.
Oh, they are? Okay, never mind. They're definitely not going to get regames. Probably 32 mil. Is that Drew, the TikTok video? That is Drew. Yes. You catch him at the very end. He's sitting down.
Yeah. Get me.
With his wiener out. I mean.
Yep. Dicks out, or else are you really playing Warhammer?
It was, yeah. But yeah, it'll be fun. I think Space Wolves cool. I'm excited for Death Guard. because that'll be different in a different way. It's still Death Guard. I was worried would be too samey because they're just like stand there and not die,
Yeah.
and that was the reason the reason I was going for Sisters after Necrons, after Custodies, I guess, was because Necrons and Custodies were very much like sit there and not die. At least the old Custodies were.
Hmm.
And I was like, do I want another army that sit there and not die? So I got kind of scared off, and Sisters kind of popped up, and obviously that didn't end up going through, but still, like that was what I was working on.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm as worried about it anymore because I think the addition of all the psychic powers and stuff will be a cool thing, like a new avenue for me to explore. Because it's something I've never done before.
That's
Never
part of
messed with
why
psychic.
I still think, like, so after Space Wolves, I'm pretty sure my next one is going to be NIDS. Because I'm like, I want to do some really weird psychic shit. And that's...
Wait for a new book with Nids. I think that'll be a catch with them.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm going to keep working on Chaos and AdMech and Space Wolves until then, but...
That has actually helped my projects a lot, by the way. I get in that mode where I'm like, man, I want to try this army or X thing, and I've sold some projects off, and that's fine. I don't actually mind selling stuff off if it ends up not being a project I want to do. But one thing, I put one caveat after stuff, and that now is like, hey, what's up? Just saw your message from you. One caveat I've given myself is like, I'm not gonna play anything that doesn't have a Night Vision Codex. So like, I've had those Harlequins, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna mess with those at all until the Eldar Codex comes out. Like, and even then it'll probably be a little because I want to do the Black Templar and the Death Guard. But like it just makes it easy. It makes it easy to prioritize stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Say, if it doesn't have a Night Vision Codex, I'm gonna fuck with it. It's not worth it.
Camera is
Although they
pointed.
are given the secondaries look okay. They don't look great. The ones they're given to the the armies that don't have secondaries yet.
Like, what do you mean?
Secondaries.
Armies that don't have secondary?
So like armies that don't have a new Night Vision Codex don't have built-in secondaries in their codexes.
Okay.
So they're given those armies a built-in secondary that's going to be in the new White Dwarf or whatever. They look okay, but they're not like great. But it's mainly so they can at least kind of keep up.
Bullshit. Yeah.
And have more options because it's a huge advantage having secondaries in your book. They're changing the Marines to where they can't take. Apparently, right now you can take. I didn't even know this was a thing, but you could take a secondary out of the Space Marine book and your own individual chapter book.
That's definitely like that's a bit much.
That's too many options. And they have Oaths of Moment in the main book, so it's like it's pretty much like I'll take Oaths of Moment and then also something else.
On camera. Thank you. Trying something different with my camera today. I in the past have had it head mounted. But I have it like on the edge of the table so that it's like I'm not having to like, lean over as much. I can sit straight. Working pretty good. Although I think I do need to make a trip to Precision Camera. I want to get like an arm will extend down.
Fancy stuff. I don't have that stuff yet. Technically, I kind of do, but I don't really have it set up with I don't have the space for all my old YouTube camera equipment. It just doesn't work here. Maybe once I have a house, a little more room.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's kind of dense the way I have it. It's very convenient that like my PC is which is the spot where my craft table, which is here, it's way easy
to get to.
But as far as like this
cut out there.
Oh, did I?
Yeah. You said as far as this, and then you cut out.
Like as far as my craft stuff goes, it's pretty compact. It's a lot of lights. But one of these is new. Well, I say new. I haven't had it up in my garage in its bag.
It's been sitting around, and I understand that.
Yeah.
So the new list is going to be running this Rhino and all these sisters in their own detachment. See how that goes. Gonna be definitely different than the last list you faced.
Yeah. So, like, I mean, the sisters seem to be the big thing that it was like, I was expecting more from them than what they did.
No.
Like, is that part of, like, kind of what you're doing with this new list? Is, like, getting a lot more utilization out of them, or?
No, they are not going to do more. They are, yeah, they are safely not going to do more. They are going to do about as much, kind of as much. They'll do more in a sense of they'll do more in the sense that I want them to push the point more, but they're not going to actually do damage.
So they're for the game, not for the fighting.
Pretty much, that's exactly it. So I had the 5. I have the 5 that I have here. I had the 5 in game that I used against the prosecutors. And then I've got 5 of what are called witch seekers that I'm painting tonight, which are essentially flamers. And then I've got a Knight Centura, which is like the HQ sister. She's like a generic HQ that you can kind of customize and stuff.
Yeah.
So essentially, the detachment is the Rhino. Oh, what is the Arcana or something like that? The name of the Rhino. It's like the something. It's like the oh no, it's the Psychana Anathema. I think is what they're called.
Hang on one sec. I gotta go let the dog in. She's
Crazy
like
name.
trying to break down the door. I'll be right back.
Sure. Anathema Psychana. There it is.
Hey.
Anathema Psychana. Bottom of it's a little streakier than I was hoping, but it's the bottom. No one's gonna see the bottom of my Rhino. If you look at the bottom of my Rhino, either I or you have done something massively incorrect. So, shouldn't have to worry about that. Okay, pretty good. It's super splotchy. Shows the imperfection in the primer, but that was not anything to do about that because that was it didn't strip all the way. So I'll live. It looks like a golden box on the table, and it is a golden box. So all you can ask for. So I want to do a wash next. I probably don't. I probably want to do the red. Well, no. Let me actually check my paint recipe real quick.
Okay.
What's up?
No longer breaking down the door.
Oh, cool. Checking that paint recipe. Stories, paint charts. So yeah, we'll hit it with the wash. But what I'll do is I'll start with the Rhino to give these other girls time to dry out. Because this one's gonna need it in. Wow, what is going on in there? Really gobbed up. I think that's from the primer though. This one just has like a lot of gunk in the the trunk, as it were. Are you streaming video on Discord? Oh no, I'm not streaming on Discord. I didn't want to do both the stream on Discord and in here because it's my computer's old. I don't want to get a chance to crash. Just on Twitch. Let's see. I'm not gonna wash this entire thing. I'm not gonna like just douse the entire thing in a wash. I am gonna hit all these crevices though if I can. Doesn't look as flat.
Ooh, I should have used a smaller brush. I'm getting paint where I don't want it. Because I'm a messy painter.
Yeah, it happens, man.
Okay.
Crevices, there we go. That area up there will be. Oh yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel came out today. Hector just talked about it.
Yo, Master Duel? What's that?
Yeah, it's their new digital client, I think.
Oh.
Like Magic Arena.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm not a huge fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! So I tried.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
I played.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I played what's it called, Duel Links, and that was like fun for a while, but the game itself, unless I'm doing it in like 5-minute bursts, it's not great.
Yu-Gi-Oh was the game that got me into like TCGs. Like I'd collected Pokemon but never played it. You what?
You played it Clockwork, right?
Yeah. And like all my friends, like right out of high school, started playing it. So I would go to Clockwork with them, and we would play Yu-Gi-Oh. But then I saw people playing Magic, and I'm like, that looks way cooler. And
it was.
And it was. And then I was like, this is way more expensive. And then I was broke.
Yeah, well, it can't. That's the thing. They're both expensive as shit. You can play Yu-Gi-Oh cheaper though, because you can technically play like older decks.
Yeah.
Since everything's legal, it's just it depends on if you want to win or not, I guess.
Yeah.
Because if you're into just playing, you're good. But if you actually are like
competitive
in tournaments and stuff, which it's rough. They're both pretty rough.
Yeah, I never did the tournaments for Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I was not good. I played a deck that was fun and like was stupid and didn't go off half the time, but when it went off, it was fun. And that was fine with me. Like I knew what I was getting into, like
you can really ask for, right?
Yeah. I also was playing at the height of like there was a bunch of like really stupid broken decks that people were playing with, and so it was like you had to run one of two decks or else you would lose. And like so everyone was running these two decks. I don't remember exactly what they were.
To be fair, you are describing about 90% of Yu-Gi-Oh's archetypes at that point. Or metagames at that point. Like that's just one of those things.
I'm so bad. I feel like I thin my paints down enough, but I feel like there's always brush strokes no matter what I do. I cannot get rid of, or like get them to stop. Get the brush strokes to stop.
Sure. That's a tough one, actually.
It might be that I'm just like pushing too hard. Like I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. That's honestly, I'm not the best at that either. I'm pretty bad when it comes to brush strokes and stuff. It's always been a challenge for me. Let me try to fix this back in real quick. So let's see.
I'm about to just go grab a fucking chair from my kitchen. I don't know if it's the way I'm sitting or what, but this chair just like keeps dropping down. And it's like every like 3 minutes I'm having to like sit up, like put my brush down, sit up, hit the lever on the side to get it to go back up. And then I sit back down and pick everything up.
Yeah, that's annoying.
Good evening, gentlemen. Put a jump in here for a moment, if that's all right.
Sure.
I'm with the understanding that I really have only a passing knowledge base, if you will, for Warhammer. I'm curious what Drew is painting.
Of what I'm painting?
Okay.
Yes.
This is an Onager Dune Crawler. So it is like an Adeptus Mechanicus walker. So they are like,
Okay.
how would you describe the AdMech? Fanatical,
I mean,
like guys
yeah,
that worship
they're-
machine gods.
they're fanatical mechanics.
Yeah.
There if the guy was fixing a 67 Chevelle and fell in love with it,
Yeah.
he wanted to become a 67 Chevelle.
But these guys are actually cutting their body apart to become that 67 Chevelle.
Yeah, they try to modify their body stuff, and those Dune Crawlers are one of the. They have a few different cool vehicles. They have the Dune Crawlers, which are like spider walkers almost. We've got some chicken walker looking dudes.
Yeah, here, I'll go grab those.
What are those called?
The Iron Striders.
Iron Striders. That's right. Couldn't recall their name offhand, but stuff like that. That's kind of their specialty. Pretty rad. Pretty rad.
Lots of weird stuff. I'll try and put this up. My camera's kind of framing right now in Discord for some reason, so I can't see the whole thing. But so that's the Dune Crawler. These are the Iron Striders. It's primed, so it looks kind of weird, but it's like a dude riding a walker being powered by another dude.
Yeah.
Really weird.
That's pretty cool.
And then you got murder bots, big giant mechs that wreck.
The best way to explain those stuff, that the way they feel about technology, though, they're not like genius level engineers or anything like that. They are literally like religiously fanatical about the machinery, so they like worship it rather than they worship machinery in a literal sense. And they don't necessarily know how to fix everything. So those walkers that they have, the Iron Striders, the two-legged ones, the guy who made them essentially has died, and they only had like one guy that knew what they were, like knew how to work on them. So they're now afraid that if they ever stop running, if they ever turn them off, they won't turn back on again. So to store them, they just tie them up, keep them running, and just have them running in circles until they need them in battle. and they just go like untie them and jump in and try to jump in them while they're moving. I'm like, to me, that's the thing that always that's like the one thing that encapsulates that faction. They're smart about machines, but not intelligent themselves. Kind of goofy. They're a fun army. They shoot a lot. Their big thing is shooting.
Yeah, their
So
thing
a lot
is
of stuff that
shooting.
a lot of things that Drew ends up painting is like tanks and walkers and guys with like sniper rifles and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Guys, my name is Paul, by the way. I have the world's most active public persona handle.
Ah, nice. What's up, Paul?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
But, yeah, it's I like all the fluffy stuff about the armies. They're a lot of fun. You always,
I started following his hunter after I watched him play with the Unnatural Axe.
oh yeah,
On a stream at S6 Games. I showed it to my wife, and she gave me permission to order the axe after seeing
Nice.
that. So I realized that I'm not really that much for social media. I'm an old techie way back, and I realized that Hunter was kind of the genuine artist. He really was. I'm sure you guys will get this right. One of us. And I found that I enjoyed watching him work about as much as I enjoyed watching Bob Ross work when he was alive. And it
Thank you.
also, I usually watch him when I'm in bed before as I'm getting ready to go to sleep, so I can set him home. And it just kind of relaxes me to watch. So it's I'm actually watching both of these simultaneously on videos.
That's
That's
awesome.
Well, thanks for. I'm glad I can help. Yeah, I tend to try. I don't know. I'm with you at social media stuff. Even though I'm on it so much, like it is tough sometimes. There's a lot of in. I don't know how to say it nicely. Just a lot of people that are fakey on there a lot of times. So
Yeah.
I get you. But yeah, no, the Natural Axe. Yeah, that's a fun one.
Their disdain for social media.
Sure. I get you. I totally get it.
I feel like my thing with social media, whenever everyone can cherry pick how they want to portray themselves online, you don't learn the real person behind their post and pictures and stuff. And you know, it's tough. Like everything seems so
yeah.
perfect
It's
and
fun.
jaded, and it's like that's not reality. That's my issue with
As
social
someone
media.
as someone who like used to do YouTube and kind of built up my social medias through that, and then through I got my job because of stuff like that, and then met a lot of people through it. It's a 50-50 coin flip. Sometimes you find great people. Sometimes it's like, oh, this person isn't really exactly like I thought. Not even exactly, but sometimes like wildly different. And you're like, okay, well, I shall hang out with that person less.
Yeah.
That person is not who I thought they were. But it just depends on the person. I found some pretty cool people. I think there's some good ones on there. But that's awesome. It's really cool knowing you found me through the streams at work and stuff too. That's awesome. Natural Axe.
Oh yeah, I started watching the SJ Live stuff just because it actually just happened to work with my schedule, to be honest with you.
That's awesome.
And I started really enjoying it. And I'm kind of a fan of the channel now, if you will, for lack of a better term. It's
Hey, you're always on there. I pay attention to who's commenting and stuff. It's really cool. I've seen people say, there's a few. If you get a few folks on there that are always jumping in, you're definitely one of them.
yeah, that I'm more active there than anywhere else on social media, and I'm all over. I mean, I'm old school. I'm talking CompuServe, that kind of stuff. I mean,
Hell yeah.
I've been dealing with computers since I was a kid in high school, and I'm roughly Steve Jackson's age. So, it's most of the stuff that it's old hat and boring to me, for lack of a better term. It's just a somewhat more it's just a somewhat slightly more advanced version of the old chat rooms in CompuServe, or even go back to the old BBSs back in the day. It's just made it easier for more people to complain. I think, honestly, more than anything else at this point. But I really enjoy watching this, and I try not to bring it up a lot because I know this is like your channel and getting away from your work. But honestly, there's just I'm going to say this, and I'm going to hope you take this as it's intended, because it's like watching. God, I don't even know how to frame it. I know you guys are doing it via the company, etc. But it's much more like watching just a group of gamers get together and having fun than it is a corporate, foray, if you will, into it. And that's one of the reasons I really like it.
Well, I appreciate that, because that's actually kind of the tone I was going for when I started wanting to do live streams. Like, we started off when we were doing our original live streams back when I first started, it was like we were shoestring. We were not even shoestring. We were like regular string budget, like barely hanging in there, doing it from like a folding table. So we really didn't have room to play a ton of games, and that was one of the big things I really wanted, because we could do unboxing and stuff, which I do like doing that stuff too. We're actually doing one tomorrow. That's we're doing a Munchkin unboxing tomorrow, which I haven't done one in a little while. But like, I also wanted to play stuff, and we just couldn't. We didn't have the space. It was just always a space concern, because we had, like, everyone was in the office, and it's just like it's tough to find room when you don't have the office space for it. And it just so happened, like, with COVID and everything happened, a lot of our staff decided, well, we were working from home, but then a lot of our staff decided they didn't want to work in the office anymore because they didn't need to, and there's no reason for them to lug down every day if they could work from home at that point. And with that, a lot of our space opened up, and I was able to get more dedicated recording space, and we had a bigger space, and it was pretty cool. We got to do a lot more stuff, and the space we're in now, we're actually able to expand, and as we grow, kind of do more stuff. We're actually having a big studio revamp really soon. We got some more equipment coming. Most of it's not stuff you can see, because it's like we got stuff to like let Brandon now like zoom in and zoom out while we're shooting, and move the cameras a little bit while we're actually recording, which is nice. But bigger table toppers, changing up the set a little bit towards got more lighting, and just bigger table toppers to play Car Wars and other stuff on it. It's pretty fun.
I don't know if I've ever.
I'm looking forward to seeing the revamped.
Yeah, it should be. It'll give us a little more space, especially for Car Wars. Like, we have enough space for the board. It's just kind of hard to fit all the dashboards and stuff on. So this will give us a little bit more real estate for like dashboards and whatnot, which will be fun. But yeah, that's kind of the vibe we're going for. Just having. It's not supposed to be like. Usually, I mean, it's definitely, we definitely think about it and organize and stuff like that, but it's not like meant to be like super performative or anything like that. We're not on a script. We wanted to make sure it's fun, and we're doing it naturally, and it's just like, oh, we should have fun playing Car Wars. We all legitimately are just kind of having fun playing the games that we're playing. Sometimes I don't even know, like, I'll just, when we're picking something, I'm like, I don't know how much fun we're gonna have with these, but hopefully we do, and we end up having fun. Like Hack and Slash is one of those games I wasn't even sure. Like, it's like, this looks like fun, but I don't know if it'll translate well to a stream. And I had so much fun playing that game on stream. I really want to do that some more. Like, stuff like that are always the fun surprises. I really
Hack and Slash is great. I really like Hack and Slash.
Yeah, Hack and Slash is one of those sleeper hits, because I remember playtesting it. I was like, it's so, like, when you explain the rules, it's like, okay, it's kind of simple. It's just kind of like rolling dice, whatever. But when you play it, it's just like, oh, I get it. This is just like, it's got that like push your luck zombie dice feel to it. I really appreciate that. I like that a lot. They're actually working on an expansion for it, so hopefully we get to do that soon. I haven't played tested anything for it, but that's one I'd love to see some more stuff for.
See, I think I mentioned this before in a chat one time. This is how much I enjoy watching the stream. I don't like Car Wars. I don't know why, because Car Wars should be like right up my alley, and all these different variants over the years. I just don't enjoy playing it, and I can't honestly tell you why. I really can't. It's odd to me. I mean, it's something. It just should be something I really like, and I just don't really care for it to play it. I love watching you guys play the game, though.
Well,
that's way more fun to me than actually playing the game.
Hey, you know, it's fair though. I have that same. I've had that same experience with certain things. Like, It's something about it. And I think it's partly that. It's partly also who's streaming it and stuff like that. So like I'll watch tabletop games and stuff like that, just of games that I have really no interest in playing myself. I like seeing games played. It's something about like I like learning about games, stuff like that. And it's always fun to see like if I think it's one of those things. It's like I like if I'm watching a channel and they're playing like a tabletop game like Flames of War or something like a World War II minis game. Like I'm probably not going to play Flames of War, but I'm interested in seeing it because if it's two people actively enjoying a game and it's a fun game and like it's not one maybe that I'm going to play, but it's like they're having a good time and I can follow what's going on. That's the important thing. I think we try to make it to where everyone can kind of follow what's happening, and even if you don't know Car Wars, so I think that helps a lot. But yeah, I love hearing this. This is great. I appreciate that you're enjoying the streams. It's kind of it's been one of the most fun things that we've got to do there. I've had a lot of fun doing the streams, and it's been a blast. It has legitimately been a lot of fun. Getting to expand to Car Wars, getting to do some other stuff. I'm hoping this year we get to do some really cool stuff too, because we've got some more board games coming out that aren't like. For a while, without Car Wars out, it was a little bit tougher because it's like there's a lot of Munchkin. You can do RPG stuff, but it's a little bit tougher in that like hour-long form to do RPG stuff. So it was a little bit tougher to find content, but then with Car Wars, it's like we got to promote Car Wars a lot, and it's a fun game that we can play in about an hour, so it works out really well. There's some other games coming out this year that I think that'll fit that bill quite a bit too, which I'm really excited for. Hopefully, I know Wiz War we'll be kickstarting that pretty sometime this year. Hopefully, the first half of the year. I think that'll be a lot of fun. I think that would be a great one for stream. You should come on stream sometime.
You did an unboxing video for SpongeBob, and my wife and I really like SpongeBob. And that's the reason I bought the game. Normally, I don't like the variants from the op, but you went through all the cards, and I already liked SpongeBob. I thought the humor was perfect for it. And after you went through all the cards, it's like, well, to my surprise, I guess I'm going to be buying yet another Munchkin game.
Nice. Yeah, that. Sometimes it is. I like doing those unboxings because I'm kind of similar to you actually. Like even if it's a theme I like, the off versions aren't necessarily ones I always reach for because I know generally like ours are definitely more joke based. Theirs are more like they try to fit as many cool references as possible, which is awesome. I do appreciate that. But like Munchkin Marvel isn't necessarily like funny. It's more like lots of cool Marvel stuff. And it's more about the fighting. But SpongeBob had tons of good jokes. I love that one. That was a good set. They did a really good job with that one. Whoever was
They really did.
I don't know who's doing the design on their side because usually what happens is they'll do the design, run it by us. We'll look through it, make sure it looks good, give them input on certain things. But whoever's doing the design really likes SpongeBob. Like you could tell that they really dug it and knew all the insider stuff and the stuff that would actually be funny and come through on the cards. So that was an A+ set for me. I really really liked that one.
Yeah, that was my impression exactly. That whoever had created it obviously was a SpongeBob fan. Had to be a Munchkin and a SpongeBob fan. Had to be. There's just no way it would have been. It just merged together so well. It could not have been by accident.
Yeah, exactly. They put a lot of effort into it. I like that. We got another license with them right now. That's an interesting one that I think would fit well with Munchkin. Some cool Munchkin stuff coming out. I'm really excited about this year. Munchkin Babies came out today, actually. Well, that's the one we'll be unboxing tomorrow. And it came out at a weird time, but we're going to do an unboxing soon of Russia. I just kind of missed it in the shuffle. I wanted to do an unboxing, I just didn't get to before the holidays. But I'm probably going to do that in a few weeks, maybe in February sometime. Russia's a cool set. That's one of the most unique origins, because we've never really had, like, we've had the Op do some sets, and we've worked with IDW for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. But this is the first time one of our partners, or like translation partners, came and was like, what if we designed a set that was based on our country? I thought that was a really cool idea. I think it was also one of the most unique challenges to sets, because if they're designed it in Russian for Russia, so they have to we have to make the jokes translate to English if we want to put it out here, and not all those jokes can translate, so we have to modify a few things. It's very interesting. I think that one has one of the coolest origin stories. So I want to look through and show that one off too.
I think more like that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, you cut out there. You lose it? Did I lose it, y'all? Maybe I lost y'all. Oh.
I'm still here. If you can hear me, sorry, I was muted.
Okay, I can hear you. Maybe Paul cut out there. I don't know. Oh. Paul, if you're talking, I can't hear you. Cut out right there.
You're cutting in and out quite a bit, actually.
Oh, it's me breaking up. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Connection may be cutting in and out here. Sorry about that.
Actually, Hunter, I hear you just fine, but Drew's audio is just really faint at times. Very, very low volume, and then it comes back in.
Oh, mine is? Might be able to fix that. I kind of have a weird situation when it comes to my audio.
I can hear you better
I,
now.
mean, I can hear you fine at the moment, but several times you've been speaking, and I could tell you were speaking, and that was about it. There was no way to make out what you're actually saying.
It might be... I'm using like a wireless microphone. It might be that I need to...
Hey, what's up, Pedros? How's it going? Welcome to the stream.
Hopefully that
Some
helps.
golden boys, golden girls. This is the sisters detachment. We're painting up this rhino. It's actually, I mean, it's not going to get much more painted than gold. We're going to put some red on it and do some detail, but it's got a rhino, and I got some sisters of silence and their like general leader lady. But yeah, working on the gold parts. Talking to Paul about some Munchkin stuff. Yeah, I think I would like to see that too. Like if now that Hobby World has done a Russian version, Munchkin Russia, I think that was a cool set. And I think it'd be cool, like if our German translation partners want to do like Pegasus over there is like, hey, let's do Munchkin Germany. That'd be fun. I'd love to see that. That'd have some funny jokes in it. I bet.
Oh,
We could do
Pegasus would do more stuff for this market.
You think? Yeah. Pegasus. We could do Edge. Could do Munchkin Spain or something like that. We could do Munchkin Japan. Would be yeah, Munchkin Japan would actually be pretty cool. So we could do a non Munchkin Fu reference to Japan that I could feel better about, because some of the older Munchkins didn't age as well. but doing it in like, letting the people like in the culture do it, it's actually really interesting, because I think that was a concern, because I remember when we first announced it, we had people that were a little bit concerned. It was like, oh, you're gonna make fun of Russia and all that stuff, and it's like, no, we're not doing this. We're, people within the culture are going to like take shots at themselves, and I think that's pretty cool. It's a different take on it. It's a little more even-handed, I guess. I liked it. I think it'd be cool to do again. Hey, Mendoza, doing good.
Like Munchkin sitting in a warehouse that's got to get shipped in, and so much stuff on pre-order. Don't have a lot of game shops here locally that really deal with it, unfortunately. So, online stuff in generally, half of what I have waiting to ship in Munchkin doesn't. That
makes sense. Let's see. We're gonna try going after this red. We're gonna see how this goes.
Forget Hunter, y'all do like direct, like selling in and shipping at straight.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, we do. We want to support local game stores as much as possible, but we definitely have to. We make our own sales and stuff on warehouse. They're actually one of the biggest projects we've been working on is a new Warehouse 23 site. It's been one of the most out-of-date parts of our website, I guess, for a while. Want to make it better, make it easier, make it integratable with like social media and stuff like that. So that's a big project we've been working on. Hopefully be able to launch that pretty soon. And yeah, it's we started doing direct retailer sales as well, because sometimes getting games through distribution, sometimes the distributor will be like, we don't have a game that we have like a jillion of at our warehouse, and we're like, wait a second, they should have that. Works. Sandshrimp, hey, there you go.
I usually order from W23 2 or 3 times a year. Like last year, I free shipping ordered. It's gonna be a little harder this year, $200, but we'll see what I can do.
Yeah, it's been tough. We've gone through shipping this year in a general sense has just been such a nightmare. I'm sure the local game stores have been happy. The fact that it's harder for people to ship nowadays, but man, it's been tougher and tougher. It's like our games also for the price if you because our free shipping tier used to be $100, which could end up it may be not a crazy order, but with Munchkin games and the amount of cards and stuff, sometimes it just ended up being a really like weighty order, and sometimes with like I think we're especially concerned with Car Wars. Those boxes can get hefty. It's a shades of the old Ogre campaign. One of the funniest things, I guess not. It wasn't funny at the time. It's funnier to me in retrospect because I wasn't there when it actually happened. But when we did the Ogre Kickstarter back in the day, one of the big things was like there was a stretch goal for free shipping they unlocked because that campaign did extremely well. But the game ended up being like 16 pounds when it shipped, and it was just, oh my god, that game was so big. I remember it was like when I first got here, it was like the big story of, hey, we can never do something like this again because we made $1 million and we lost $1 million. I was like, okay, well then. Cautionary tale. Who you talk to? So this is Mark. I'm sorry. We have Drew in our chat and Paul joined us here as well. We're just in Discord right now, just hanging out, hobbying, talking games, talking hobby, talking Munchkin a little bit, talking SJ games, talking day job, which is totally fine because right now my day job has been busy, so I don't actually get to talk to a lot of people. Just been kind of isolated working on a big project that we have launching pretty soon, and then doing these hobby streams. So this has been my contact with people. I like that color. It looks really bright. The gold, I love that. We'll have to touch up the gold around there. I missed a little bit, unfortunately. I need to look at a reference photo real fast because coming down the other side, I don't actually see where the red is supposed to go. Well, that would do. Oh, that's a good shot. Maybe that'll show me. Okay, so this I'm kind of copying this person's paint style a little bit, but I also okay, I see where it's supposed to go. It's just that panel. Okay, I got it.
Yeah. There. Get down.
Cat's there.
Go. Yeah, I used to have her bed on like a server PC that I have over here,
Oh, no.
but since I have
Oh dear.
a 3D printer now, moved it. Or sleeping next to a full of toxic.
It's probably a good idea.
She hasn't quite learned that it's not there, so she keeps jumping up and looking for it, and it's like, no, don't.
Would you like me to jump on your 3D printer, sir? Please don't. Please
And
do
knock
not.
all this over? Toxic liquid all over your floor?
No big deal, right? So it goes all the way up in there. Okay, cool. I think I got this.
It's complete.
Alright, keep on looking at red. Is that like red above it, maybe? It's not. It's just red up to the joints. Okay, that's fine. Alright, I keep looking at my reference photo, so I'm looking at my phone. Which is where my chat is. But yeah, just chilling. Drew is painting up some of his Adeptus Mechanicus, which I will be fighting at some point, and I'm painting up these Custodians, which will be one of the things he fights. Actually, I'm really excited about this army, so it's definitely probably gonna be the next thing you fight. So
you do want to play sometime next week? No?
I am. You know me. I'm super down, man. So I need games while I can still play at the moment. The project I think I'll be fine during the project, honestly. I think we're launching a Kickstarter. It's like the secret one that I've been working on. Page is looking good. I think it'll be okay. It's only gonna be a couple weeks, and I think the page will look. I think the page is starting to look pretty sick, actually. So we are. I need to get through that. I'm actually gonna work after this stream tonight. I gotta go do some more work on it. Then I'm almost done with my part of it. Other than like launching, I guess. Yeah. Be at what's really interesting to me is I love playing like miniature games and stuff like that, but the thing that actually got me to be able to go to Adepticon for the first time is Munchkin. I've thought about going to Adepticon. I've wanted to go to Adepticon for years. It's been one of the cons on my list, and it's never really been it's never been one we could have gone to for work because we don't really work in that phrase. I guess it's Munchkin and Car Wars because we do Munchkin Warhammer now, and we do Car Wars, which is a miniatures game. I'm actually able to get to it through work now, so I'm going to be at Adepticon too, which will be fun.
When is Adepticon?
Really fun. March. That is March. Pretty thin. Dude, if so, I need to. It's thinned in the cup. Before I'd go in, I start putting a little water in the rim of the cup here. Not the rim, but the I don't know what to call it, the lid, I guess. It's like just a little bit of water on the brush generally is good enough for for my purposes with stuff like the red. And generally what happens is once I close the lid, it just kind of mixes in with the paint, and I don't put enough to where it like messes with the overall mix generally. I've never got to where like the entire bottle's too thin or something like that, so it's generally been fine. I might do it. It might end up that way eventually, but usually I'm using all the thinned paint anyway, so it's not usually a problem. Since I'm doing it kind of in batches.
Wet palette.
I do have the wet palette next to me, but when I'm doing a big surface like this, sometimes it's just easier for me to pull from the lid. I'm lazy, man. And if I can thin it in the lid, I'll just do it. Because it depends on the paint too. This Mephiston red, has enough like it's thick enough in the pot that when I thin it, it kind of hangs in the lid still. If I do it on a thinner paint, it doesn't work super well because it'll just go into it'll just kind of slide out of the lid. So those I'll have to put on the wet palette. But red's not too bad. Some of my other paints are already like thinned enough. Like some of the other ones are already air paints, like my metals. A lot of my metallics are Vallejo metal color and stuff like that, which are super thin to begin with. And then like my lead belcher is pretty thin because belcher is extremely thin to begin with too. I like this red and gold, man. That's just it's just a strong paint. Very vibrant. I know it's just it's like, oh, you painted the box scheme, but I just like it. It just looks cool.
I mean, I paint everything the box scheme because I'm like, that looks badass.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, man. These are all sister. This wasn't actually going to be a Custodes Rhino. It was actually supposed to be a Sisters of Battle Rhino. Took a bunch of Sisters of Battle bits and threw it on here. I didn't want to pay $60 for a Rhino for them. I just bought this Rhino like used on eBay. Threw a bunch of bits on it, and then I sold my sister or traded my sisters. But I was like, you know what? I could keep this Rhino. It's like kind of generic, but has some Sisters bits, and I think Sisters of Silence. They're like Sisters of Battle, just a little bit different. So ended up going with that, and I think it looks pretty Sisters of Silence. See, it's got like crosses and stuff. It's like crosses, and there's little banners on the sides, and fleur-de-lis things on the tailgate. It looks okay. This will be my first like Imperial vehicle though. This is a interesting little landmark, I guess, checkpoint in my career.
I guess you don't have a
Really?
space force, like
Yeah, this would have been the first thing that goes into a Space Marine force, I guess. Generally, I didn't even think I was going to paint this thing because it ended up like they can't carry anything but sisters, but sisters ended up being pretty solid, I think, in this new book. And I'm running them because they get a free. Did I tell you about the Witch Seekers movement thing?
I don't think so. No.
So the Flamers, they're these they're a Flamer squad. They're a fast attack choice, and they get a free 6-inch movement at the start of the game. And they can also give a free 6-inch movement to the vehicle they're riding in. The idea is, I throw them a unit of prosecutors, just the bolt guns, like the real generic ones, into this Rhino, and then pre-game get a 6-inch move up the board. And see if I can threaten an objective really fast with them. They're still Flamers, they're still kind of cool. Auto hit, strength 4, that's not bad.
Hunter, you may have already addressed this, I may have missed it. Someone in the Twitch chat was curious to know if your paint was pre-thin.
Oh yeah, I was saying that. Yeah, I thinned it in the lid up here. It's hard to see because it's like leaning forward, but it's got. I just use water for my thinning. I'm not using thinner, but I just kind of like throughout the courses. If it's starting to feel thick or gunky, I'll just drop a few drops in there, and kind of I'll just I use it kind of like not a palette necessarily, but like a well, it's kind of like a little mini wet palette, but just for that one color. Because I'm just lazy. I don't feel like always going to my wet palette for some reason. I don't know why.
Right, I forgot I was streaming there for a minute. Adeptus.
You're fine. You're fine. Hey, what's up, Chief Nerdling? What's up? Yeah, it's not even. I wouldn't even call it a trick. It's just like a lazy thing that I do. Just do it in the lid. I don't know why. I think it's honestly more habit because I didn't always have a wet palette. I just had these pots, so I'd always like thin in the lid, and like I didn't always use a dry palette either. I just kind of in the lid for no reason, and it was like it worked out thin, so just kind of kept doing it. Even when I have a wet palette. Generally, I use the wet palette when I'm busting out my Vallejo paints, since they're actually usable dropper balls. It's nice. You're mainly using how's your place still door? Thanks. It's actually so. I'm still pissed at them right now. The contractors did come, and it turns out it was not the contractor's fault. It was pretty much all the property management and the maintenance guy on site. As far as like why things weren't getting repaired fast. The day after the flood, I checked with my next door neighbor, and they were like, they came this morning. They got an hour replaced, which was great for them. I wasn't mad at them, obviously. Their apartment literally was underwater. That's where the flood came from. So I'm glad they got taken care of. But then I was like, so you guys got taken care of 8 a.m. It's like 2 p.m. here, and I started calling the maintenance guy, and they just wouldn't come out. They wouldn't come out. They wouldn't come out. They're like, oh, they're on their way. They're on their way. It's fine. They're on their way. And then finally, I'm like, get me in touch with the maintenance manager. Like 5 o'clock, I'm like, get me in touch with the maintenance manager now. We've still got standing water in our apartment. It's been there since last night. It's like, it was insane. And the maintenance guy's like, oh god, the contractor was supposed to already be there, blah blah blah, and you know they're on their way right now. And they did show up that night. They showed up at like 8 o'clock or something. The guy was like, oh man, he showed me the text. He's like, the way they texted was just like, hey, just there's just a little bit of water, don't worry about it. He came, he's like, that's more than a little bit of water. And he only had like a single dehumidifier. They didn't even have a fan with them because they'd used all their fans already because there's so many floods on our complex for some reason. And he was like, yeah, here. He showed me the text, and they didn't even tell him. They didn't even tell them that my apartment was flooded. So they were like, our guys were trying to blame the contractors, and it was like not their fault at all. I was so pissed. They just now. That was on Thursday morning or Thursday night, and those fans on Friday during the day, we finally got a fan in there, and they pulled up the carpet, and then they just took the fan away today and replaced the carpet pad, but not the carpet, which I'm worried it has mildew and stuff on it, so I'm giving them a call tomorrow and see if we can do like a deep clean or something and check for mold, since technically standing water was in there for like 24 hours. I'm like, that can't be good. Pissed me off so much. I was fucking. I'm still not happy. Like, I'm very not happy with them, but I'm happy that it's like. I'm not mad at the contractors. They were all very, very nice. They were cool. I actually talked to the one that came by today to replace the padding and take the fans. We talked about anime for like an hour while it was working, so it's fun.
Yeah, dude, that's like negligent top of negligence.
Yeah, no shit. It's incredibly. I like the fact that I had to push so hard is just like absolutely insane. Like, I don't know what. It feels like I'm in Bizarro World or something. I'm just like, what is happening here?
So I feel like y'all gotta get out of there.
I know the problem is it's cheap and it's south where I need to be for like work and stuff. It's just so convenient to what I'm doing, but it does suck. I do need to get out of here at some point. I really want to try to get a house at some point, but see how it goes. You're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong.
You really do have my old apartment.
Yeah, it's based on the way you're describing it. It does sound sounds like whatever curse happened there followed me here, because it's pretty crazy. They're just the apartment complex.
Everything you just said, it's like it's near your work and it's cheap. That was my apartment when I was younger at the time, and it flooded all the time. If it wasn't from inside, it was from outside.
I don't get it. I wish honestly, it's just one of those things where they don't, when they renovate and stuff, they just don't fix stuff enough. They just kind of like cover it up and kind of hope. They were talking about like replacing our water heater, because the two of the floods were from water heaters adjacent to us in two different apartments, and we have the exact same water heater. So I'm just like, cool. So I'm just gonna like look at that and wait for that to break in the next couple years, right? Sweet. That's what I wanted.
The one above my apartment failed. The one in our apartment failed. The air conditioner condensate lines would back up all the time. If it rained hard, it would come in from the outside, one outside wall in particular. I don't know why I stayed there as long as I did, except for the fact that it was cheap and it was near where I worked.
Yep, that's exactly it. I definitely should be not here, but we'll see how long I'll last, to be honest. I don't know. It's tough. It's definitely been difficult. This has been definitely the most trying of the events, to be completely honest. But we'll see. We'll see what we end up doing. Our lease is up in April, so we may end up moving. I'm not 100% sure yet, but I wouldn't mind. Definitely would not mind moving at this point.
4 floods in 4 years.
Yeah, I know. No one else would have stayed. It's not great. I don't know what I want to paint on this next. I think it's probably metallics. I do lead filter on those. Well, I'm not doing lead filter. I want to do something brighter. They would not be.
Drew actually has me a little frightened here. He says, I don't want to catch the same bug. I'm desperately trying to keep my mind completely devoid of any thoughts about going out and buying a bunch of miniatures and start painting them, because Lord knows I don't need another hobby. But it looks cool.
You liking the look of the crawler, man? Yeah, I will say his that faction it has a pretty cool just general vibe to it. I love the crawlers, and they have that very spidery look. Like, they have like, even their characters have those like crazy eyes and stuff that look like monocles, and it just looks rad. It's a very cool looking army. Presents very well. Oh yeah, that's nice. Coverage. We're gonna give them bright silvers, not toned down, because they are sisters. Are you still on the Dune Crawler?
Yeah, it's a big thing to paint. There's a lot of trim on it. And...
Oh yeah. That was not to insinuate that you should be done with the Dune Crawler. I was just more like, interested in what model he was looking at. That's cool. Should definitely still be working on the Duke Girl. I think it's huge.
And there's only like there's two main colors. Red, it's tan. And there's like
They're using that cream
silver.
color, right?
Yeah, I'm using Xandri dust. And there's gonna be white, there's metal.
It just looks like just lead well,
Like
sure.
it's literally like 5 colors. It's a lot of stuff. That and I'm just not a great.
You're a good painter, man. Give yourself some credit.
Man, it looks good to me.
I mean,
He's a good painter.
it'll look good once it's done. I guess I'm a messy painter, and so I will paint something and then paint something next to it, and then have to go back and repaint the thing I painted before, because like I've had a minor seizure or something while trying to put some paint down.
Sure. I get you.
Just not. I don't have brush.
What's brush control?
I can never get my bristles to stick together on brushes, so
Uh-huh.
looking like a brush. I thought maybe higher quality brushes were the answer. No. Get the same results from a $20 brush as I do a 20-cent brush. Walmart.
There you go. Learn something about yourself.
Equipment is not everything.
There you go. That's a way to think about it. Or, for me, I guess the lesson was just treat my equipment as good as I can, and eventually I'm gonna have to replace it. So I don't invest in like super high quality brushes, but I do try to get decent ones depending on what I'm getting them for, you know. So I like set caps on myself. I'm not gonna get like a $27 brush because I know me. I know that it's not gonna last, you know.
Yeah.
But $6 brush, I could that has a decent into it, a wick, and I can feel it, and like feel good about it. Like I'll do that.
The brush from a higher range.
Not digging it.
No, I dig it. It just I fucking suck.
You just know you're gonna beat it up.
Yeah. I think I also just need to get used to holding my brushes further back.
Oh yeah.
I'm encouraged to less
Wow, interesting.
later.
That's part of the game, man. You learn more about your own methods and what's working, what's not working. That's kind of why I learned stuff about what brushes and equipment. Like, it took me a long time to even clean my brushes, man. I promise you. It's there have been many a brush sacrificed at the altar of Hunter in years, and they have not been good sacrifices. We're not honorable.
I think. Okay.
Yeah.
$20 on a brush here or there.
Yeah. Like if you want to try to spend, like I have a couple of more expensive brushes. It's just I came to a similar conclusion as your original statement, which is like, hey, it's not gonna, like I'm as much at home with a cheaper brush than this expensive brush. This one was I've been using free brushes for a while actually. This brush I'm using currently was a gift. I just picked it up at the Game Castle flea market. Somebody had a table. It was like a freebie they were handing out. It was like a zero brush that they had made for a charity thing that they did, and they just had a bunch of extras. And then that lot of ogres that I picked up on Facebook Marketplace had some old Citadel brushes from like the mid 2000s, like the 2010s.
Forgot about that.
Yeah, had some brushes. All the paints are still active, by the way. They're still good. Couldn't believe it. I'm pretty happy about that actually. Picked up some good colors. I could also do some it's like Space Wolf Gray and whatnot. So
Realizing in practice, idea like having camera here, it's not bad, but it's like higher.
huh.
So it's like I'm having to tilt the model, which is showing the base more. I like him.
Makes sense.
Um, 1,100 painting figures, and when I say figures, I mean after it, as he's painting the little details, it's almost like to me pointing out where the scout master is. I can't really see where the paint's going on. It's just kind of welting, and then it starts really showing up for the other people. I'm sure can see it better than I can. I'm going to have to grab the tablet from now on so I can really see better detail. Watch these days, because I do find the process interesting.
Yeah, in general mine. I'm bad about doing. Sometimes I'll start listing off camera, so the spot I'm painting just isn't being shown, and then like I'll pull it back, and then also like my lighting is pretty. I really want to improve the streaming area of where I'm doing this from. It's just tough. The space I'm in is a really tough spot to get better lighting and stuff. But it is a goal. It's an end goal, so hopefully I can get it.
It's just me being old and looking at it at a very small screen, and especially when you're dealing with a small figure. You're using the same color, but it's a tiny bit here, a tiny bit here, and a tiny bit there, and
yeah,
I just can't. I really can't see the paint going on. That's me, not you. It's just the screen I'm looking on at my age. But it is interesting. It's like all of a sudden it reaches a critical mass point where suddenly these details have been painting, at least to me, you can probably somebody else.
It's suddenly, yeah,
Suddenly, there they are. They were going to be going out soon. They're all there. You can see them.
Yeah, I don't think it's just you. I'll sometimes look at screen and I can't even like see based on what because I have the stream kind of on my phone in front of me here to the right, and I'll see something similar where I'll like kind of look over just to see if I'm on camera and stuff, and I can't really tell like just based on the glare and stuff. I'm just not able to see it, and then yeah, it has that moment where it's like suddenly like, oh, there it is. Like there we are. We got these little knob things, for instance, that just weren't showing up super well, but as soon as I get the top painted, they're good. I do like smokestacks or something, like exhausts. I don't know what I'm painting here. I just know when I see a certain texture, I'm like, you know what that should be? Silver. I don't know what it is about some of these. Like, it's like that could be an exhaust. It doesn't have a hole in the top, but sure, it'll be silver. Why not?
I think
there's an awful lot of red, gold, and silver paint for these miniatures.
There we go. Huh. That's coming together. I leave these gold and just do the top silver or something. I don't know how I'm gonna do these. Maybe I'll do the inside silver, or maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just keep it gold. Those kind of look good gold. We'll see. I'm deciding on the fly. This is one where I didn't have like an exact plan. Pretty much, we have seen the extent of my exact plan. Make it gold. Make this section red. Do some silver on it. Profit. That's kind of that was the end of the plan. The rest of it's flying by the seat of our pants. See how this goes. Have you painted? Is this your first Doom Crawler? Or did you? I can't remember if one of them's already painted or not.
Yeah, I did some rough like I blocked out some of it with an airbrush on both of them. But this is the first one I'm painting like to completion.
Gotcha. I was like, I was like, man, I think I remembered both of them having something on them, but I can't remember.
They both had some Xandrias. They both had some red, but I'm having to repaint.
You're doing that like red and cream color, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. I like that scheme. Neat combo. You don't see cream enough, that like off-white. I really like that. In the future, whenever I get a chance to do Black Templars, I'm excited about that because they have those like kind of creamy colored tabards.
Hmm.
I think they're pretty rad. Ooh, that'll be a good silver touch here on the side. Can make the badge silver. Make these little details silver. That'll be fun. These are bits that I just found on Sisters. You just kind of throw them in. A lot of fleur. It turns out a lot of Sisters of Battle stuff had fleur de lis. That's their thing. Fans of France.
Flip the key.
Oh, yeah. Nice little. Maybe I'll even make the middle of it gold again or something, but give it a little bit of texture. Get these little metal-y detail bits. We'll just make those a different color. See what that looks like. Yeah, I think that looks good. It gives a little more depth. I was actually talking to Turbo Dork today.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna do we're hopefully gonna have a meeting with them pretty soon.
Ooh.
But we more of a but doing like a local convention. We're actually gonna be able to do it in person again for the first time in like 2 years. And I invited them to be like a vendor / part of it. We'll see what they end up doing, but they seem pretty excited.
That's awesome.
Pretty cool. And we want to go check out their office. I'm really pumped for that.
And about that.
Cool. They're cool. They're cool folks. I really like them. I like to do local stuff with people.
I mean, I've only used one of their paints, but I really dig it. So
They make very good stuff. Their paint is, and it's so unique. The stuff that they make, it's like a very. I wonder we should paint the blood drops of that exact. Okay, there. Making fun of myself.
like they're metallic, seriously. Like the mica pigments in them are so fine. It's just unbelievable.
I think I've said this story on stream before, but I was talking to, we were talking to them, Greg, was it Miranda or Meredith? Gosh, I'm bad with names. But we'll get there. But they were talking about how they started the company, and it was because Greg couldn't find a purple metallic, because he was making an Emperor's Children army. And so he was like, "Hey, honey, I'm gonna learn how to mix paints," and he did. He just mixed the paint that was for his Emperor's Children. And then she's like, "Okay, honey," and then he's like, "Hey, these people want to buy our extra stock of paint. I've made too much, and these distributors really like it. Like, don't forget that, because they were like actors and photographers and stuff in California, and they're like, well, don't forget this photography and stuff pays the bills, so whatever." And they're like, "Oh, it's super popular and sold out super fast. Maybe I should make some more paints."
And that's how the company started.
Pretty much. That's how the company started, but also he never finished painting his Emperor Children.
Oh no.
I thought was the best. That was the funniest part to me. It's like, oh my God. That's like the most miniature painter type of thing to do. It's like, well, if I'm gonna go out of my way to learn how to make paint, also I'm never gonna use the paint.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna sell it. Oh. Pretty funny. Good stuff. They make really cool stuff. I'm glad they ended up moving out here. It's pretty neat. A local company like that.
I wonder what brought him to Austin though. Like,
I think it was warehousing space and like being more central in the U.S. Because they can ship from here to places a little bit easier, I think.
that makes sense.
I think. I am making that up. That's just me Austrian.
I mean, it seems like there's merit to that.
Yeah, that's generally when I hear people coming to Texas for stuff, it's for stuff like that. Though. That's kind of what it came from. Yes, I'm making up the actual reason, but it's based on a true story. There. Okay. So it's starting to come together. I'm digging this. Let's see. I want to do the contrast red on that. On that, yeah. Even though it's a flat surface. Should I do that? Maybe not. Yeah, it'll probably look a little too splotchy. I think I'll actually hold off on that. I'm gonna do another coat of the regular red though. Just to there we go. See how that goes. How that dries up. It's looking good. Now, one of the questions is I don't know if I'm going to paint the book as an actual book, but I think it'd be kind of funny to have just a book attached to the front of it.
Just a randomly nailed on book.
Well, that's what I have. I have a book on the front of this tank.
I dig it. I think that sounds hilarious.
Could make it. I was like, should I make it a metal accessory or should I just make it a book? And I'm like, I'm gonna make it a book. Just a bit I had lying around. I was like, a book sounds cool and different.
It's thematic.
Yeah. Sisters of Silence. They're like librarians. They're driving a bookmobile. Okay. Gold shot over here. Sisters bookmobile. There we go.
It's the school bus.
We're gonna teach the Imperium how to read, baby. Oddly enough, it doesn't have a gun on it. It's supposed to have a gun, and I don't have a gun on it. I need to actually find a gun to put on this, because I didn't. That bit was not included when I bought it used.
Mm.
So that is one. That's one small strike. It'll be okay. Make that inner bit there gold. Match it up. Just touching up some gold here. Oh, Discord alert. go. We'll hit that with the contrast. Make it look a little better. Yeah, this thing's coming together. I guess I could fix the around the red now, I think. That one actually looks pretty clean. That looks mostly clean. I'll touch that up tight, just a tad. Go. I don't like using Retributor armor on big areas, but for like minor touch-ups, it's not bad. This gold, it's almost a color match for Howdy Gold, but it's not exactly. It's a little brighter, but it kind of also works as a highlight. So it's like when I fix stuff, it'll sometimes like do a minor highlight on it.
Is the Vallejo Gold like spray only?
No, it's not. I don't use Vallejo Gold. Oh, you're talking about the Air Gold? Yes.
Yeah.
It is. Well, it's not technically, but it's to do my gold effect. I have to go over it with contrast as well. The Vallejo Air Gold is really bright. It is super duper bright. Not a bad thing. It's just a very specific type of gold. So mine is actually that plus contrast yellow over the top. I really like that effect a lot. That's what gives me the really like dark, richy gold.
Yeah.
I like that more than the brightness. But the Retributor, like, it's close enough that when I do it with a, it's like to fix up stuff like this, like going back and just kind of covering up the red, it actually kind of works. It gives it a little bit of a highlight. It's not that big a deal. It's not like an exact match, you know?
Yeah. Close enough that it doesn't draw
And I can
attention.
also, if I hit it with the contrast again, it actually makes it almost exact. I'm gonna be easily contented with this model though. Like, this is not one where I'm gonna like do a ton of extra stuff to it. I'm gonna like, there's not gonna be a ton of crazy highlights or anything on this thing. It's gonna be like, this is a box that is now painted.
Yeah.
Air finish. Air finish with that. It's a rhino. I'm not extremely attached to the concept of rhinos. Yeah, they're definitely iconic and I like them. I'm not like, rhino has to look incredible. I think it already looks pretty striking, you know, it's got a unique look. The gold, it looks pretty rad.
It's not every day you see a gold rhino.
Exactly. The actual original, so I got this one for Sisters. Then I went on a slight buying spree of used stuff for a second. I found this one so cheap on eBay that I went and bought a couple more used rhinos. So I actually have 3 built rhinos that I just kind of bought built already, and they were like recovery projects. So I was gonna put them in the Grey Knights army as well. I was still working on that before I decided to give up on that project and sell it. I was still collecting projects.
I still have an unopened. Well, it's not in shrink, but I have an untouched Chaos Rhino behind me from my CSM list.
Nice.
I'm sure eventually I'll build.
Generally cool and useful. What?
That I'm sure I'll build it eventually. But...
I mean, if you end up playing the CSM, you'll definitely use it because they're still going to be good when the new book comes out. Because CSM are not going to become Primaris, as far as I know.
Yeah. I don't think that would fit lore-wise. I mean, I guess there's new people being painted by the warp, but...
Yeah, but I don't think Primaris have been. So I think they'll be fine. They're good. And if you ever need to get rid of it for some ungodly reason, I can use it for Death Guard. So there you go. Over here trying to finagle my friends' models out of their own hands. What a good friend.
Hey, I'll take that off your hands so you don't have to think about it anymore.
Oh, what's that? And really, when you think about it, you shouldn't charge me much because I'm doing you a service.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this all makes sense. Okay, this is looking great. Okay, we're gonna hit some of those spots with contrast yellow again.
Just a heads up, Hunter is in marketing, just so you
I've got practice.
Those selling skills coming in handy.
Selling and buying. Turns out I've got applications in both.
Oh no. My brother is apparently playing Apex with another one of our friends and trying to help him rank up. And he's like, yeah,
Oh yeah.
the friend has one of his friends. And he's like, the guy's a potato.
No, so it's
He cannot play.
just
It's
randos.
Oh,
That's not good. Oh, whoops, missed a little bit of gold there.
I just need more time for I need more free time. For hobbies and games, all of it.
Yeah, dude, it's tough. It is tough. I'm weird about when I'm working too, so like I'm about to get off here whenever I'm done and to go back and work some more. So
Mm.
not a smart method sometimes. Vendors say it's not a smart method most times. I feel like I get so much done at night for some reason. It's tough. I'm more of a night guy. Which doesn't help me when I have to wake up tomorrow.
Man, I was so excited. I have next week off. I had my last meeting of the week yesterday. I'm like, cool, I'm just gonna, work, get all my stuff done, cruise on into the weekend. And now it's like, I have a meeting someone scheduled today for Friday at 8:30 a.m. And I'm like, why, dude? Like, come on.
Brutal, dude. That sucks. That really blows. I'm sorry I'm laughing. That's just like good God.
It's fine. I mean, the guy who scheduled it isn't, he's on the East Coast, but it should be illegal to have meetings before 10 a.m. on Friday. Be a law.
No. For real.
It should be illegal to have meetings on Fridays, period.
Yeah.
I'm very much. Whenever we kind of have something too early or something like that, I'm like, guys, make board games. Nothing we do needs to be up this early. Like, no one needs to be like. It doesn't have to be this way.
I get it for us because we're working with banks and
Yeah, I get y'all.
it's like I'm in cybersecurity, which never stops, but
Oh. That's a you problem, man.
yeah.
Get out of that. That's crazy. No,
I mean, it pays well.
I'm joking. Yeah, it's a good
And
gig.
engineering
If you can get it.
with some friends for a while.
What was that?
We had a mandate that basically I handed down. I had an engineering firm with some friends of mine for several years. What a mandate I eventually handed down was basically don't do anything on a Friday that might carry over, which is to say that why are you opening up that machine? Is it broken? No, don't fix it. Put the cover back on it. You
Yeah.
do something with it. Do it Monday. Don't do it on Friday. I don't want anything done here that doesn't have to be done on a Friday.
Yeah.
Keep it nice and tight and not get stuck here through the weekend or all night on a Friday. There's just some things you don't have to touch it. Don't touch it. Get something else done. You can get done and get finished. So you don't walk in. Too many things happen where it starts off on Monday and everything gets put off. I see this there's so much in corporate. And then everybody tries to rush and make up for not doing their stuff at the beginning of the week. And then everything becomes a quagmire on Thursday, especially Friday, for everybody. It's a system that I don't. Sorry, I'm just grousing. I just saw it.
Oh yeah, I get you.
Big company and it just it rolls downhill.
Yep. Yeah, that's it's a nightmare. That was back when I worked in IT. Not what Drew's doing, not cybersecurity, but like internet ISP stuff was and I worked on weekends, but it felt like all the like weekly team leaders were never like they're just like waiting on all their stuff to the last second. So the weekend team leads would have to be saddled with all this extra bullshit for no reason. It was just like, why? Why wasn't this just done? Like, why didn't you wait till the last second? You could have just had this done on Monday.
Well, that was double duty too, because then it was like typically our weekend crews were smaller. So it's like trying to manage everything on top of it.
Oops, I forgot to schedule X amount of people. It's like, great, thank you. Sweet. You ruined my weekend. My weekend is already a Friday and a Saturday instead of a Saturday and a Sunday, so just don't make it any worse.
Yeah.
That is one thing I super value in this job is the fact that I pretty much work half day Fridays and stuff. Because we don't technically I shouldn't be working Fridays because everyone else is off on Fridays, but I like social media doesn't sleep, so I tend to end up working anyway. But it's definitely a perk. We just have 3-day weekends. That's super cool. Drew, did you happen, or Paul, did y'all happen to see that Xemon Kickstarter launched the new Marvel Zombies?
A
Few months.
I not hear about it.
A few minutes ago, it was at 3.7 million.
Oh.
Yeah, the thing is going crazy.
When did it start?
It's their new Zombicide. It's themed to Marvel.
Zombies, down to the zombie side. Right.
And yeah, you talk about a license that prints money. Zombicide's already gonna fun, but with Marvel, people went crazy. There's a gigantic Galactus. Pretty cool looking. I gotta be honest. I'm not gonna dive in, but the people that are interested in it, it's actually pretty cool. I'll give them credit. They pretty much fanboyed it as much as possible. They said, "Hey, people want Marvel. They want big zombies. Give them Galactus."
It's a hard draw for me. I'm here to tell you. It's gonna be like $500 to go all in.
Yeah, that's the problem. Well, I've also in the past couple years just I've had to sell so many games, and so many of the games that I sold were Kickstarter versions of stuff, and like Zombicide, Black Plague, and just big stuff that I can't keep because I'm just out of space. I can't really even consider games like that anymore. Really cool. I'm glad people are getting them. It's neat that they're such a cool thing like that. It's a cool spectacle. It's neat to see a project like that once in a while. It's just like, whoa, look how big it is. Look how cool it is. Yeah, not for me anymore. Can't do it.
Yeah, I've already played.
Yeah. $400.
I'm weaning myself off a lot of Kickstarter stuff, but I love the concept.
Maybe somebody in town will grab it and I'll be able
to.
Not really a priority. Not a priority. Okay, this is coming together. This is actually like I was doing all the sisters and the Rhino, but I just kind of hung on the Rhino and I'm really liking it. Just the way it looks, it's cool seeing a vehicle come together. Something about that. It's really rad. First Rhino I've ever painted. I feel like this is like an actual landmark for Warhammer projects because I think everyone's had like, well, not everyone, but like, I feel like if you play this game long enough, you're probably going to end up painting a Rhino simply from the fact that every Imperial army like has a Rhino of some sort.
Yeah. Except for, well, I guess they have rhinos. There's no need for them.
Imperial Guard, I guess, doesn't have rhinos. They have other vehicles, though. That you're gonna paint a tank on. You're gonna paint. Sorry, if you don't paint a Rhino, you'll paint a Lehman Russ. Play Imperium.
Yeah. With my Space Wolves, it's like You don't need a tank. Everyone's on fucking wolves. Like, problem
It's
solved.
weird. They don't have rhinos, right?
I think they do. I mean, I think they can take everything out of the standard Space Marine, but
Okay.
it's not really needed because my Wolf Cavalry, I think, have a 12-inch move, and my Wolf Guard, which are my other like elite units, I'm running jump packs, so they have a 12-inch move. So it's like everyone's just fast.
Talk about fast. Did I tell you about the bike captain that I made for this list?
Mm-mm.
So it's a bike captain, and they're using this relic bike called the Auric Aquilus, I think, or something like that. Something I don't forget. It's some weird ass name, and it's a relic bike that allows them to boost. If they boost, they can't charge or shoot. When they boost, they double their movement.
Cool.
That activation.
So it's a guaranteed gap closer.
Well, it's their movement is 14 inches. So it lets them move 28, but it doesn't. So they can't charge or shoot, but they can advance. So my bikes have a special rule that when they advance, they automatically advance 6 instead of having to roll. So technically, I can advance 34 inches.
Oh my god!
It could just like be on one side, just go from one side of the map to the entire other side of the map.
That's insane, dude.
Can't shoot, can't charge, but there's some other tricks I can do with it that are pretty cool. It's very much. He doesn't have objective secured, but like if you leave something under like protected, or I'm just like I need like we're in an in-game scenario where I'm just like I need to hold that point over there. It can be like hold the hey Dungeons and Dragons. Thanks for the follow. Painting up a storm, not really painting up a rhino, and that's about it. No, like I made it sound like I've painted a ton of stuff, but it's like just a rhino and a few sisters that I started. Yeah, we're working on a Custodes rhino. Classic. I'm actually running Sisters of Silence now, so I'm here to give them something to ride around in style. It's actually my very first rhino I've ever painted. It's like a little Warhammer moment. You're just talking about it. It feels like a kind of a graduation. Like everyone's got to paint a rhino sometime. So this is mine. This is a nice little. It'll be a fun little sisters detachment. Oh, so I was going to mention that to Drew. That's why I'm running this detachment, is because I wanted to run the bike captain. Gotta run Trajan Flores. He's great. He's incredible. I really want to run the Terminator captain because he's really good too. So that maxed out my HQ slots. But there's the Sisters HQ now that I mentioned before. I've actually got one here. That's what I'm painting. The one holding the sword. Knight Centura, something I think it's called. And Sisters HQ has a really cool warlord trait that you can take on it called. Actually, I have no idea what it's fucking called. I just said the word "called" and I'm like, wait a second. No, I don't. Oh, I do know what it's called. It's called Silent Judge. It's kind of hilarious, like silently judging you, and just like looking at you funny. It turns off your obsec within 3 inches,
Ooh.
so you literally lose objective secured automatically within 3 inches of her. That's pretty cool.
Gonna be problematic.
Fellblade, whoa, a Fellblade? That's cool. Wow. Fellblade, that's a big one. 1,000 Suns. 1,000 Suns rule. Yeah, that's gonna be super problematic, isn't it?
Yeah.
So one flank, the flank with Trajan, is just gonna have Trajan, sister hero, and the banner bearer that gives him light cover, and then 2 of the units of shield guards, and they're just gonna walk up the board at you, and they're gonna get in that back objective and turn off your obstacle.
I don't like it.
I like it. I'm a fan.
I'm gonna say no. How about no?
You can't shoot her until you kill the guards.
How about hell no? I don't like things I can't shoot.
And our studies tag. So, yeah, oh, 5++, that's sick. On 2s? Oh my god. That's annoying. So in chat, Dungeons and Dragons is talking about a Fellblade. So a Fellblade is like, do you know what a Baneblade is?
I think so.
It's that big ass Imperial tank. It's not even like the Lehman Russ size. It's like the humongous one that's like $100-something bucks.
Hmm.
Looks like it looks like a giant battle tank. Well, there's a Fellblade, which is like the Chaos Giganto tank. There's a lot of Lord of War tank down. It's their Giganto tank, a Lord of War option, but they're just explaining all the bonuses they can give it, like a 4++, like hits on 2s, -1 to be hit. Ugh, all the psychic buffs to it. However, if you play against the Sisters of Silence, at least the buffs will be harder to get off. Just slightly. That's their one thing.
Did they stop psychic as well?
They do. That's kind of. They can't hit them with psychic powers, and then if you try to do psychic powers within, I think, 18 inches, for each unit within 18 inches, you get -1 to your psychic test. That's their whole thing. Is so Sisters of Silence are like, they make people like real cringy and stuff when they're around. They make you unsettled, and they're really good against psychic stuff. They're like psychic hunters. They're actually pretty interesting. Where's my normal? This metallic stuff. Army of blanks. That's the word. Blanks. Pretty cool. Although out of our friend group, none of us really have psychics yet. Well, we don't really, like, we have them, but we haven't really used a ton of them. So, like, Philip has angels and has, like, he does have psychic stuff, but he doesn't really use it that much. And we don't have any Grey Knight players out of our friend group or Thousand Suns at the moment. May change. If anyone wants to get these Grey Knights off me, I have Grey Knights. People could play them. One hasn't elected that route yet.
Trying to create guides to paint this big white stripe. I don't want to paint it twice.
So would I. Not a fan of having to do like large swaths of light colors on stuff. I can try Wolf Knight or work on something else. Good luck joining in the lobby. Oh, Wolf Knight.
Especially white. White's
Why
just.
don't you work on the Wolf Knight? That sounds fun.
White is the worst color to paint.
Yeah, for at least till how long have we been on here? 2 hours? That'll probably be on another at least 45 minutes or so. So we'll see. I might just go until this thing's finished. Not sure yet. We have some more Kickstarter page work, but hopefully that won't take super long here.
I really need to get around to getting a vortex mixer.
They're convenient. Honestly, they've been nice. I like mine. It wasn't like ultra expensive on Amazon. It was fairly reasonable. I like mine a lot, actually. No, I could probably get some Tamiya panel liner and make this look even better, but I'm probably not gonna. I should try some of that again on this at some point though. On a vehicle like this.
Like,
The Wolf Knight it is. I hear rumors that Chaos Knights are getting a new book
Like soon?
in like March or April, I think.
Mm.
Is the rumor I saw. They need it. They need it bad, actually. But Imperial Knights are. It's not that Chaos Knights are like miles worse stat wise, but Imperial Knights just got a couple extra rules that the Chaos Knights for some reason didn't get, so they end up being a little under the curve. Knights are miles worse strats. Yeah, that's it. It's not like as far as I know, I'm not a knight expert, obviously, but like as far as I know, their stats and stuff aren't like crazy, but like it's that they don't get the strats, they don't have the relics, and just some extra stuff that the. I mean, it's honestly it's kind of like with Chaos Marines versus regular Marines. It's like the stat in that case the stats are worse, but like they also just have like less tools to be.
Yeah.
That's a problem. Vouch for this officially. I'm number 9 globally. Oh, hey man. I know I know who I'm talking to. What's up? He's number 9 in the world with Chaos Knights or ITC, yeah, globally. I saw your which was funny is you were talking on Twitter. Then as you were talking to me on Twitter, or maybe you were in the stream before. I can't remember what it was, but you said something. I responded, and then I saw I was watching Tabletop Titans, and I saw your question. I think it was Tabletop Titans. I think your question came up there, or was it Scarredcast? It was one of the two. It was either Scar or. I was just happy watching YouTube, and I heard your name. I'm like, wait, is that? And then it was like, I'm working on it was like a question about a Chaos Knights list. And I was like, about ITC and stuff like that. And I was like, it was Titans then, yeah. I was like, okay, it's him. I knew him. I was like, that. It just so happened that one of your messages like popped up as I was listening while I was talking to you about something else. I was like, I know that. Who asked that question? Yeah, the Titans are great. They're super cool. I haven't met them in person yet. I did meet a couple of the Art of War guys at Austin T thing that W put on. They were pretty cool. Nick Donabody and those guys, nice dudes. I'm not a tournament guy really. I don't plan on actually doing tournament stuff honestly.
Casually playing against scrubs like me.
I think I could. It's just like I don't know. Like based on I've done tons of tournament games in the past. And I just don't know if I want to make this into a tournament game. You know, like it's just kind of fun to play with you guys. Like I've done so many tournament games. Like everything I do turns into a tournament game. It's like kind of like when you turn your hobby into a job. Because X-Wing was tournaments, and I was doing so many tournaments for X-Wing, and I still do tournaments for Legion, I guess. But
yeah, I think that was part of my issue with X-Wing. Like I was playing so many tournaments that I kind of burned myself out on it. Like it was super fun, but
I am intrigued. I'm intrigued by the changes that Thomas Mass is doing, making it more scenario-based. I really like that they're aiming at a different market with that game now. You can only do so much with just shooting each other. Yeah, some of the people, unfortunately, and the problem is like, I definitely like. I'm definitely not one to like bash an entire group of people like to say, oh, everyone in that community sucks. I know that that's not true. But I've just seen enough locally because while I wasn't playing in the local 40K group, I'm in all those groups locally, and there's some absolute assholes. There was actually what's so funny to me is like, whenever something comes out, everyone is always complaining about stuff like being toxic and stuff on those groups. And one guy posted today about those new Dark Reaper sculpts, the new LR sculpts, and everyone was complaining about the heads because they made the heads look like they looked in the 90s, which I think they look cool. He was posting this thing. He's like, oh, GW's got a problem. I can fix this thing in Photoshop in 5 minutes. And I made a pithy remark that kind of ratioed him pretty hard. But then I saw the comment pop up again in our local group, and I was like, wait, what? And then I just saw that the guy was a local. I'm like, God damn it. course he is. Oh man. Yeah, the chill vibe. It seems like with 40k. It seems like it's not as chill. I will say, Age of Sigmar. The groups I've talked to here have been all pretty chill vibes. Age of Sigmar just definitely has a more laid-back vibe to it, which is pretty cool. I can see myself maybe doing it. Maybe not a huge tournament, but maybe doing some tournament type stuff with that game. I actually really want to do at some point a crusade. That's kind of been on my list of to-do things with the 40k.
Crusades are like thematic plays, so to speak, right?
Kinda, yeah. It's still based on like, I guess not points, it's power level, but it's still like you make an army and stuff, but it's like it's almost like a grow thing. You grow your army, you'll actually add stuff to you, like start at like, it's like, I don't think it's 500 points, it's like some like 25 power level or something like that, which is equivalent to it. Then you kind of grow your army and you add like crazy relics and stuff like that, and you based on how you do in the game.
That sounds sick.
So it's all, I know exactly. It sounds fun. I have Bellicord, a bunch of demons. So your idea to play Age of Sigmar, yeah. We have, so me and Drew got it, the 3rd edition starter. I got an ogre army back in 2nd, but I really put off learning how to play because I knew 3rd edition was coming. But then 3rd edition came and I started diving more than 40k, so we have not had a chance to play.
Yeah.
Crusade turned into finding folks. Yeah, exactly. It's finding folks. However, I think we have enough that would be interested. Because Drew here is interested in doing it. Philip is interested in the Crusade, and do you believe this, Drew? Philip may have gotten John to play 40k.
Shut the fuck up! No way.
Not joking.
What?
If we're able to load him minis, I think he'd actually play Crusade with us.
I mean, what does he want to play?
Philip told me like a month ago that he'd do it. 25 power level to start, yeah. Starts with 50 power level, you increase it as long as you keep playing, and the whole game runs on power level. Yeah, it's power level, which I actually don't mind. I used to really be like not keen on power level, but I think they fine-tuned it a little bit better. Now I think power level actually makes a lot of sense for that. You can spam. Yeah, you can. I would say it's not the most balanced format in terms of like actually using power level and stuff like that, but it's kind of a self-regulating thing. We're pretty much gonna have to house rule it. We're gonna have to treat it more like an RPG than a war game almost, and be like, hey man, don't just spam stuff, you know? Make a varied list. Do some
What do you
stuff
mean? I
like
can't run a group of 100 Skatari, which would be like 80 power level or something like that?
I swear to God, if you come with a unit of 20 Skatari and use all the fucking strats on them turn 1, and I just get mortal wound shot off the table with 60, oh my God, Drew, like you shot me 60 shots, ended up with all the strats activated, with 6 additional mortals, and somehow like 68 hits out of 60 shots, not counting the mortals.
I mean, at least whenever I did it on your Custodes, you were like, I take 2 damage. And it was like,
interesting.
okay.
I strongly suggest random rolling for honors, choosing them. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Actually, I'd agree with stuff like that too. So, Drew, just so you know what we're talking about. So, like, when you get stuff, you can like get honors or like in addition to like relics and stuff like that. And essentially, it's like very RPG like. You're unlocking new powers and things like that. But you can roll for them randomly, and they're saying to do that, not to choose them, because you can kind of power from it. If you're just actively choosing it, you can really min-max stuff, which makes total sense. That's kind of the problem with there's a higher chance of us accidentally power gaming than it is us actually min-maxing. It'll probably be a thing where one of us accidentally just ends up with a combination that's really good.
Yeah. Yeah, my OBS just randomly keeps like disconnecting. Why? I haven't dropped a ton of frames. It's struggling. Yeah, I would 100% be down for that, man. That sounds awesome.
Relics at round table so you can offset bad rolls. Okay, cool. That's interesting.
I feel like if we did that...
Actually,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. No, you're fine.
I was just going to say, I feel like if we did that, that's what I would want to do with my NIDs. I would want to start them out as a crusade.
That's a great way to start a new army, because then, like, you're just playing it for fun. You get to play with a lot of cool stuff instead of having to just go for big, strong things.
Yeah.
I'd be down to do something like that when I start another, like, maybe with a, if I do Templars that way, or maybe even Harlequins would be kind of fun, because they do get a new book.
I feel like it'd be
I can
pretty
see that.
easy to convince John to play my Space Wolves because it's like
And
big bashy Viking dude. Like that's right up
For
his
sure.
alley.
I almost picked up the Crusade. They had the I think it was the first Crusade book that they released. I think that was at Tribe for like 40% off, like $24 or something. But I still don't. I'm probably not gonna pick that up yet because I can find it online for about that cheap. So
Yeah. Do not jump up there, cat.
yeah, ninth edition armies because pretty much I would only use stuff that has built-in Crusade rules. So and he's talking about doing Tyranids later, so that'd be something to aim for, I think. Be cool. I'd be down to do something like that. I'm liking the way this is looking. I really dig it. I'm gonna paint the little book, and I'm gonna need to figure out how to paint these treads, I guess. I'll need to paint the banner too.
Yeah, I mean, if this is something we'd be starting soon, I would definitely do something that's got a current codex. I'd probably actually do orcs.
Orcs. Oh, I forgot you're interested in orcs.
Like I have a slight interest in them.
They're pretty cool.
They also seem really easy to get a hold of.
Death Guard Crusade rules gives them plague carriers and custom diseases. Oh, that's cool. T-Sense learns custom spells. Orcs can loot in Crusade. That sounds fun.
How does
Yeah,
that work?
I love stuff like that. I could do Death Guard too. Be a fun Crusade. Wouldn't be opposed to that. Let me get these. Some metallics are just. Yeah, I haven't really dug in. I've really only looked at the Necrons as far as Crusade went, just because I didn't know much about it when I first got the book, and I was kind of interested. But then we quickly kind of haven't stopped. We weren't really doing anything with it, so I kind of stopped paying attention to it. So I haven't really looked at them since then.
Supposed to be. Go away.
I like stuff like that, like kind of RPG-ish elements. It sounds like fun. Definitely been on my radar more lately.
Oh shit!
You okay?
Yeah, I have new socks on, and new socks and hardwood floors don't necessarily jive.
Oh. Yeah.
So I almost just ate it.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's hilarious. Terrible, and I would have hated to see it.
It's okay. I would have been laughing along with you.
As long as you didn't get hurt, I would be laughing.
Yeah. As long as I did get hurt, you'd be laughing?
Yeah, as long as you got hurt, yeah. As soon as my friends get hurt, I want to laugh. Show me.
Well, that didn't turn out as clean as I'd hoped.
Is it going to bother you?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and clean it up. The top part is just a mess, but like the color is good because I was painting Korax white, which is the worst color to paint on the face of the earth because it's like chalk, and like you thin it down and you're like that's probably enough, and you go to paint it and it's like you're literally brushing glue, and it's like okay. Let me thin it even more. It takes literally like a 30% paint, 70% water mix to get it thinned properly.
That sounds. So you're gonna do a Necron Knight, is what you're telling me.
Ooh, that sounds so cool.
Sounds really cool. Trazen's Regards. That's hilarious. That's a great name. Trazen's one of my favorite characters. 1000%. Flash Cotillo. Yeah, Jesus Christ. All yellow? Ugh. No, thank you. That sounds like a nightmare. Roger, you should do some all yellow.
If I'm doing yellow, I'm airbrushing it yellow, and then whatever doesn't get airbrushed yellow is not gonna be yellow. If it was supposed to be yellow, not anymore.
But even then, it's still tough, even through an airbrush, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to paint some yellow shoulder pads with my Space Wolves, but that's not too bad.
see. It's not too bad, but just I'm just
Set my expectations low.
well, no, just make sure you get a good yellow, man. Just get a good yellow, you'll be okay.
I have. What do I have? I have Flash Kits yellow.
See, Jesse might have comments on Flash Gets Yellow in chat. That's what they're saying for their knight. Actually, that's the exact yellow. It's pretty funny. He said, Drew, his response was rip.
Oh no! What's so bad about it? Like just getting opacity
Yellow's
built up?
Yeah, it's gonna be. I haven't used Flash Gets Yellow, so I can guess it's opacity because that's generally almost always the problem with yellows. Opacity, man. Yellow's just difficult color. My friend Ben, who does our hobby streams and stuff like that, is a pro painter. Likes Averland Sunset a lot, actually. He's not even like a big. He has a lot of GW paints, but he generally likes using P3. He's a big fan of Averland Sunset. As one stands out for him on the GW sides, apparently.
Man, the few P3 paints I've tried to use are not good.
He loves P3. He is like, to be fair though, he's doing stuff with paints that I'm not ever gonna do in my lifetime. So, like, he's using them as it's almost like he's using them as a completely different tool, you know?
Yeah.
I can't even imagine like the type of stuff that I'd be using with those. So like the stuff he's looking for in paint is probably not even close to what I'm looking for in paint. The amount of layers to get a consistent layer is too damn high. So, Drew, I would probably suggest against it, to be completely honest.
All right, I'll go pick up another paint.
We'll do some yellow research because at some point I need to pick up some yellows too. I don't have any immediate plans for them, but I just need a solid yellow. I know for I do like some yellow stuff with like a lighter yellow that I use for like custodian eyes and stuff like that. It's not really usable for what most people use yellow for, because I use like ice yellow, which is one of my favorite Vallejo colors. It's more of like a real pale yellow. I'd actually use it for these headlights up here. I didn't think about that. That might be a good color for those. Yeah, it's always that's just a consistent issue. It's just never going away, man. Yellows and opacity and layers.
All right, I've almost got this at the spot I wanted, I think. Got a big, bold, white line going down the front of my dune crawler now.
Well, I'll probably switch over to your stream in a second, take a look at it. Curious, man.
Really, the only thing I have left, I've got to paint the Skitarii in the top, which, you know, is a whole different thing in itself. But mostly what I have left is metal. Like, I just need to go in with a bunch of lead belcher, and then I'll come over some of it with Black Templar to, you know, tint some of it, make it look all tarnished. That's about it.
Yeah.
And then I gotta do the base, which is gonna use probably an entire pot of technical paint.
Nah, it won't be that bad. You'll be okay. You'll be good every single time. Yep. Those yellows, man. Them yellows. I have kind of like, I've planned, like, I obviously have my Death Guard recipe all plotted because we've already done. The thing I need to work on with Death Guard will be, I want to do bug clouds.
Do not jump up there. I don't want to be doing this every 30 seconds, cat. Yeah, I need to figure out the rest of what I'm doing for my Space Wolves. I mean, I know.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have my Black Templars. I think kind of started planned out.
Yeah, like
even though they're a ways off.
I know I have most everything I need for it, which is like I have Space Wolves Gray contrast, and I'm gonna, like I said before, I'm gonna prime it black and then do a Zenithal highlight, and then the Space Wolves Gray is like my actual prime, and then just pick out details. I think I probably have every paint I need for that. Fur is gonna be the weird thing, but I think I found a way to do it, so.
I'm in keep it simple, stupid mode with the Templars for sure. I definitely am going to do some kind of contrasty thing. I'm probably going to do speed paint, though. I think by the time I do that project, because it's going to be after my Death Guard, the new Army Paint or speed paints are going to be out. I'm gonna try out the black one. I think probably. See how that works. I think that would be. It would save me some money because their speed paints are going to be less expensive than contrast.
Yeah, they're what, like $4 a pot?
They're like, it's like 4. They're like almost half.
Don't jump up there. No, god damn it, cat. Go, stop. Please, leave. I wish I had a door.
Man. That's hilarious. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. It's just...
You're good. You're good. That's hilarious.
It's like I'm looking at you, and you look back at me, and I say, don't jump up. And then you look at the desk and jump up. Like...
Jump up where? Here? Jumps. That's so funny. Sorry. But, yeah, I think it'll be, I think I could do, like, I kind of have this on my mind that maybe I could do some kind of a speed paint on the Black Templar. Try to see how fast I can actually paint an army.
I mean, Black Templars are like black, right?
Well, part of the problem isn't that they're just black; it's they're black and white, and white is not easy. So the cheat there is to go off-white for everything, which I'm actually testing with this color right now. This is the off-white I was looking at for the tabards. Morghast Bone. We're trying this out on these banners. Look. So I'm gonna I think I am gonna do that. I think I'm probably gonna try and see how fast. That'll be after the Death Guard, so that'll be a little bit later. It might not even be directly after. I think the project after the Death Guard is probably gonna be starting on the ogres for Age Sigmar. So I really do want to get them painted at some point. But it's on the list, and I really want to do the Templars. I'm really excited about Templars. That's where I'm happy with the projects, because I'm actually really excited about all my projects currently, because the Death Guard are really cool. I'm really excited to dig into those more. I'm still obviously excited about Custodians and Necrons. I've had a lot of fun continuing to add to those. But I'm excited to do Ogres, and I'm excited to do the Black Templars. So I'm pumped.
Hell yeah.
Black Templars are rad. I have so many Redemptors now. My truckers. Yeah. There you go. I have 5 Redemptor Dreadnoughts. It's just so many Redemptors. Freaking trade was so good though. I can't believe someone had everything I was looking for Templars and wanted to trade for the Sisters.
Yeah.
I was just like, okay, cool. I was like, well, if I technically didn't have everything, because I need the conversion kit, because I want all those cool Templar bits. But other than that,
all right, I think I'm going to metal next.
My Death Guard, I'm having fun with the Death Guard. That was actually what I was going to work on tonight. However, I just got in a mood where I wanted to paint this Rhino, and once I started wanting to paint the Rhino, I'm like, well, I might as well prep the Sisters too. Mostly because I can add these directly to a list. I think that's why. In my head, it's like, okay, I can use these like now, so. Should have done this step first. Dumb on my part. Whatever. I did get that Mortarion, but he is. I think I've decided to make the Mortarion after that. Say after. Hopefully, we unlock the Silent King thing here with followers. Then probably make Mortarion the next one up after that.
How close are you to 300?
I'll have to look. I think I'm in the 280 or something. Getting there.
I don't like.
I kind of said farther off than and I wasn't like expecting to hit it anytime in the near future, but it was pretty cool. It was just like, oh, cool, it's actually, you know, doable.
Yeah. Like, I need to finish my Lord of Skulls, because that was a stream thing that I started.
I can understand why you stopped, though, considering that you weren't really even.
Well, I still want to paint him. It's more so I stopped just because I kind of stopped streaming.
Hear that too, but you're also painting the army that you're playing, so like that's part of it. Like that's kind of what I was excited about. I was like, oh, I could paint these Death Guard, or I could paint these things for the army I'm physically playing.
Yeah,
it's hard. Sometimes it's hard to like. That's kind of what happened with Necron. Sometimes that while I was painting up, even while I was painting up the not the Custodians, I guess, but while I was getting into Sisters, I was like still painting up a lot of Necrons because I was finding stuff to distract me from Sisters because I wasn't having a hugely fun time doing them, and it was easy to jump into Necrons because it was like, oh yeah, I can add this unit to Necrons. That's great.
Ivana, what's up? Long time.
Lord of Skulls, you say? To shreds, you say? I understand that. It's awesome. To shreds, you say? Oh man.
How you doing?
Yeah, it's the librarians. That's my new Sisters chapter.
Man, that reminds me, there's a group of YouTubers I watch that are like musicians. And the 1st of October, they get together and they write and record an album in one session, 12 hours.
Wow.
And the one they did this year, apparently one of the guys, his mom owns a school bus that's basically like a mobile bookshop. And
cool.
And that's like, they wrote one of the songs about Rob's mom going around selling books to kids and stuff. It's so funny, man. The whole album was
awesome.
really good. I'm doing good. Just painting away. Like, been needing to work on this army for months. And I have, but I haven't like.
Yeah, you're too hard on yourself sometimes, man.
I just haven't been painting as consistently as I want.
Yeah, well, that's part of it's also you've had like life stuff.
Yeah, but that's my plan next week. Is I'm literally just gonna every day wake up and paint.
That's a good way to do it. I was gonna do that while I was off, but I did paint some, but I ended up just resting so much. I'm addicted to sleep, though.
It's a good thing to be addicted to.
I was not sleeping very good. This week I've been painting a little. Well, actually, it hasn't really been that much more. But Girl's been out of town because of visiting her sisters in San Antonio. She may be out of town actually longer than expected because she was. They might have been exposed to COVID, unfortunately.
Oh no, that's not.
It's not fun. So she's gonna be safe and get tested and stuff. But see,
dude, it's real, man. My parents, I just got back from a cruise. Like, okay. And my text me, oh, I just tested positive. It's like,
My dad's not going on a cruise, but he just texted me that it was like, I think I might have it. So I'm like, oh, that sucks. So he's getting tested.
My little sister also just got like tested positive like earlier this week. Everyone's tested positive for COVID, man.
Yeah.
Tony Brummett. The new Wake and Bake for Warhammer enthusiasts.
Wake and paint.
Wake and paint. Hopefully you can actually see this. I'm like, keep having issues with like my camera not focusing on things.
Oh yeah, you were having an issue with that before.
Yeah. So I just was like, all right, fuck it. We're just going manual focus. And I'm just going to try and keep it roughly in the same spot. Because it's like focusing on my cutting mat instead of on the miniature.
Okay, so I was using skill support, I think, first. Let's do this.
Ivana, anything new going on with you? Man, it's so funny. One of my favorite paintbrushes is literally like a brush I got that was like a pack of 5 brushes at Walmart for like $1 or something. And it's so shitty. And like the bristles are hooked on the end just ever so slightly, but it's like, it's so nice. Like I can like literally like reach in and pick stuff out with it because of that hook.
It's hilarious.
And it's like, it has like grooves on the fingers for like where my fingers sit. So I can like hold it real comfortably and get a ton of control on it. Great, man.
You have like warped it to your mad power.
Yeah.
Bake part is completed. Well, there you go. Happy Wednesday.
Other than finishing 2 entire campaigns of Critical Role last year, not much. Dang. I've always wanted to like watch Critical Role, but it's like, I feel like you'd have to start from the beginning. And like I've tried.
I was into it for a while, just kind of fell off, and once I fell off, it was hard to get back in. But
yeah,
it's pretty cool.
Like I feel like I'm a poser because I haven't watched it, you know. And it's like, what? You haven't watched Critical Role?
I don't know. Sure. It's cool. Definitely cool, but everyone's into their own stuff. Everyone has to watch Critical Role.
Not the beginning of the beginning? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, okay. Yeah, I started listening to Campaign 1, like the beginning of Campaign 1, and the production value is rough. But aren't there like continuing characters from Campaign 1 to Campaign 2? Like, is that a thing? I also just listen to far too much music.
That's I don't believe that's a thing that you can do.
Well, I just mean like I enjoy listening to music so much that like in those times when I could be watching a podcast, instead I'm listening to music.
I think that's fine. That just means you have different listening priorities. And I'd be streaming some yacht rock now if my computer wasn't like jacked.
Some what?
Yacht rock.
What's that?
Steely Dan or 80s, 70s stuff. I'll force you to listen to some, don't worry.
Nothing that you need for backstory. Okay, I might have to do that then. Also, Vana, this is the evolution of what ships have become for a lot of us.
Very painless.
Warhammer. Although not for John. Although, maybe for John, I have just found out.
He'll be borrowing stuff. No way. He doesn't pivot to games. He's the opposite of a pivoter. He's probably still mad that I'm not playing War Machine right now. So.
Did he ever, like, get real into War Machine?
No. Gave him everything he has. He's only bought, like, a few things off him. He'll still be mad about it. Time is a resource for him. Valuable resource.
Ain't nothing wrong with being a nerd.
I'll be a nerd. War Machine. Hey, I actually like War Machine. It's just not don't really plays it anymore.
I still have a bunch of them.
I
I have a
I still
drawer.
I have my Kador and my I had Kador and Cephalix.
I have a drawer full of crits, just right next to me.
It's cool.
But they're all like pewter, and it's like a nightmare to work on.
Talking about HeroClix, I played HeroClix for like a decade, more than a decade. When I came up to college, and it was after I started dating a girlfriend at that time. We had been together for like a few months, maybe, and we went up to Dragon Slayer. And it was after, it was when Iron Man came out, so that was 2007? 2007? Sounds right. It was literally the night Iron Man came out, because I remember we were in line at the Alamo Draft House when Iron Man came out, and I met this guy named James, and he talked to us about HeroClix, and we were like, what is HeroClix? And I knew vaguely of it, but I didn't know anything about it, but he told us a little bit about it, and I was like, oh, I'll check it out, and we went to Dragon's Lair, and I picked up all this stuff, and I was such a completionist in HeroClix. I played so much. That was one of my competitive tournament games. I literally played HeroClix every Friday for like a decade.
Dang, dude.
So much HeroClix. I would drive from San Marcos to Austin, so I drive 45 minutes every Friday for like years. I was the judge here. I eventually became the judge. I played here for so long that I started running the events.
Hunter posts a lot on his Twitter about all the things he gets up to, which is cool. I'm super into his Snack Hunter series. Yeah, dude. I don't know how you find all these snacks that you try.
Ariel got me 52 sodas, an advent calendar for the entire year. I'm going to open a soda a week and get to do it. That was like the coolest gift I think I've ever gotten.
Yeah. There's a lot of thought that goes into that.
Yeah. Super rad. I'll do snack Hunter stuff. Gucci glass. Yeah. I had a... HeroClix drafts. Honestly, HeroClix draft and sealed was a lot of fun. I will say that's one thing. WizKids was really bad about game balance. That was their big downfall. I feel like not downfall. They still sell tons of HeroClix, I'm sure, but that was a big thing with that game. I'd say is that their game balance was rough, but playing sealed was a lot of fun. And doing theme nights, we always did theme stuff. Even though it was tournaments, we had a lot of serious players. We had like good HeroClix players, but we generally played thematic nights, like theme team type stuff, because that game is so busted at the highest levels. It's absolutely, you could just metagame the shit out of it.
Oh,
min-maxed. I remember I went there for the last HeroClix thing I played was a couple years back. I randomly went in they had one of the WizKids opens there before the pandemic. And I remember walking around to see what was being played, and man, it was like one team at the time. There was a few really powerful teams. I think Thanos was being used a lot, but there's this one team that was using was a Black Panther chase figure that had like, I think it was Black Panther with the Infinity Gauntlet. You could run multiples, and they were running like I think it was 2 Black Panthers with Infinity Gauntlets and something else, and they used the specific map that gave them. That was like a jungle, so he had like stealth the whole time, and they would just like rubber band, like shoot one out to hit you, bounce back, shoot the other one out to hit you, and bounce back. It was really bad.
Jeez.
That game at certain points just kind of barely functioned. Themed, it was a lot of fun. I loved themed games like that. It was so much fun.
I don't know if I ever
Those
watched it
scientisty-
played. Like, I bought some Hero Clicks at some point, but not to play Hero Clicks, but they were D&D stand-ins before, like,
Yeah.
Wizards was doing their own minis and stuff.
No, absolutely. And like, the game was fine. It wasn't particularly great, but it was fun. Obviously, I played it for years. I knew its faults, but the way we played it just worked. Even like because we got to play competitively, do tournaments, but we were still playing like theme teams and stuff like that. We were able to do cool events. That was where I had the most fun. But now there's like Marvel Crisis Protocol. I couldn't go back to Hero Clicks. Like Marvel Crisis Protocol is like a legitimately good game. It's also Hero Thief. Like it's just such a better game.
Yeah. I still want to try Marvel Crisis Protocol sometime.
You should play sometime. It's a lot of fun. It's literally, it's just awesome. It's really fun. It's the guys that went to Atomic Mass were former War Machine guys. They worked at Privateer Press, and then when they left, they formed Atomic Mass. So it's kind of like the best parts of War Machine, because one of the problems with War Machine is it doesn't do what it says on the box. The promise of War Machine is like you're going to be fighting with epic warcasters and big mechs, or big monsters if you're playing hordes. But the reality is you're going to be fighting with epic warcasters, maybe a couple big mechs, and a bunch of regular troopers. It's going to be more of an army thing.
Yeah.
I remember the first War Machine, or one of the first, maybe not the first, but it was like first or second War Machine National Championship. I think it was at LVO, was streaming, and Field had no warjacks on it, and they were so embarrassed. The top table, like the finals, was all troops, no warjacks. And at that point, they were like, "We fucked up." And I think all the guys that did that figured out why they fucked up. And in the top with Marvel Crisis Protocol, it's like playing War Machine, but everyone's a jack.
Interesting. I didn't realize it was the same people that made it.
Essentially, yeah.
Can you even see any
it's
of
not
this?
the same company. They just all left Privateer Press and formed a different company. I have a fuckload of Blood Angels. I'm either selling or trading in, snagging at least the core set. Yeah, the core set's great. I think the core set's good value. It doesn't. It's one of those core sets where it's like, oh, I'm probably not gonna use all the minis out of this, but all the tools, plus it's got good terrain, plus it's like okay, it's got all this extra stuff that makes the value worth it. And the minis are still good. I used to be a completionist. I was getting everything. But I eventually turned to just villains, so I've got like Sinister Syndicates and stuff like that, and I still collect some hero stuff. So like I'm really into Midnight Suns. I'm getting Moon Knight and Blade when that drops. I pick up stuff when I find it on sale. Like I did over here. I did when I was still a completionist. I got like She-Hulk and all the humans, which I might actually sell those. But I picked up on sale. I found this one I got because I had Black Cat. She's a villain to me. But I found on sale like the Captain America Falcon and War Machine and stuff like that. So I pick up a couple things when it's like on sale. But most of the stuff it's villains. I try to get villain stuff. I'm really into Sinister Syndicate and the criminal factions with Kingpin and stuff like that. Hydra. I really like Hydra. The Brotherhood. I can't wait till they make a Blob. I'm really looking forward to Juggernaut. That's coming out really soon.
I just think their sculpts are like some of the coolest looking sculpts out there.
Oh, they are. I love them. I really do love them. I mean, I have a couple of my favorites are just like sitting next to me here. Lizard, I've been put. I have like 6 minis over here that I've been meaning to paint, but I've got Lizard. This sculpt is one of my favorites. It's he's like busting out of a sewer, the sewer when the water's all around him. Have you seen this one, Drew?
I don't think so. I think I have your stream up, but it might not be on this monitor. Where's my mouse? Oh, there's an ad.
For Jugs. Yeah.
Yay, ads. Twitch. The days of Twitch Prime not having ads.
To see Steven Prince White Nap. Yeah, you could definitely pull off a conversion on this thing. It just looks super rad. I love it. I'm excited to paint this at some point. Sinister Six is like top of my list because I've got Green Goblin painted. Got
Ooh,
painted.
that does look
So good. It's such a good mini. I got this one. There's also I got just dropped him. Craven. Like jumping off of a brick thing assigned. Mysterio. I'm looking forward to painting him a lot. He's coming out like clouds of smoke, holding clouds of, like in a circular motion. Some great sculpts. They're not all super complicated. Like there's also like static stuff. It's a little more straightforward. Drop Blizzard. I didn't break him. Nice one. But yeah, and I also have the Deadpool taco truck. I actually got the Deadpool taco truck strictly for Bob, Agent of Hydra.
Bob, Agent of Hydra? What is that?
This guy? He's literally he's Deadpool's sidekick in the comics, or like a kind of partner. He's essentially an Agent of Hydra, like he's a named Agent of Hydra. Just a dude with a rocket launcher.
It's goofy, man.
Hey, I think I'm pretty much done. I gotta paint the tracks on this thing though, and I do eventually have to find the gun that goes on top. I need to find a bolter, some sort. Oh, I need to paint the eyes. What am I talking about? The lenses, the lights. Yeah, Bob's good shit. He's cool. He's a cool character. I got him because I needed a filler villain character. I also collect Wakanda. I hope they make some more Wakanda characters at some point. Like a M'Baku or Claw or something. That'd be really rad. Harvest Quinch at top of the dice.
Oh no, my iPad's gonna die.
Ooh, that's runny. That's super runny. This paint so runny.
Man, the bots over on YouTube are way weirder than the bots on Twitch. Bots on Twitch are like, do you want to get famous fast? Buy followers and viewers here. And the ones on YouTube, it's like Russian name, 4 random letters with, maybe a special character here or there. And that's it. Like, what is happening?
Bots on YouTube are like old style bots to me. There we go. This is the color I was looking for. I picked the wrong color. I picked up dark flesh instead of ice blue. That's why I was so running. This is the color I was looking for. I was like, why does this look so shitty? Because I'm painting with the wrong color on it. Tried to paint a head like flesh.
Yeah. Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna make that joke.
Ow, Drew. Wow. Ow. Feel mature.
I mean, I said I wasn't gonna make it.
Real mature. Not making the joke, huh? It is getting cold tonight, by the way. Did you see that?
Yeah, it's supposed to be like, what, 36, 37 tomorrow for our high?
For a high, yeah. Tonight overnight it's getting in the 20s, which I mean, I'm sure that anyone that's not down here is not a big deal, but for us, we're in like dripping in the faucets mode. Make sure our pipes don't burst.
I need to go drip stuff. I didn't realize it was supposed to get that cold.
Yeah, dude.
I think I have the
They've been
AC on right now.
They're already canceling schools, dude.
I'm legitimately having some trauma right now, like resurface. I thought I would be okay, but I'm kind of starting to have a panic attack now. I don't want to go another 4 days without power.
Yeah, dude. We got a like some survival equipment recently because we were freaking out a little bit. I completely understand the concern. Taking 34 there. Well, have it worse. Like we're all used to. Yeah, that's the thing. I actually said so. I posted on face. I just posted on Facebook for like friends and stuff. Like, hey, it's gonna be cold. Rip your faucets tonight. And I have obviously friends from all over the place, and a lot of them were just like, "What does that even mean?" They didn't understand what the terminology "drip your faucets" meant. They thought it was like code for something. I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. You guys live in like they're in the Pacific Northwest and like Minnesota. It just didn't make sense to them.
They have winterized pipes. Those don't exist here.
Exactly. We don't have a winterized fucking weather like energy system.
Yeah, nothing is winterized. I mean, it really doesn't need to be, but whenever it does need to be, it needs to be.
Oh, it needs to be. They hadn't winterized our stuff in years. The grid was supposed to get winterization every year in the budget, and they just didn't do it. That's what that's kind of how they were saying it, like drip your faucets. They thought I was saying something like dirty. I wish. It's not that cool, I promise. Something lame. It's something that means we could have flooding apartments again, and nobody wants that.
Vana, what's the temperature like for you there? Is it getting warmer inside? Yeah. So it's like
they're
rolling into summer.
Yeah, y'all they're knee deep in summer right now. Lucky. I actually like winter. I'm a fan. But ever since last year, it's always been a little bit worse.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I'm a fan too. Don't get me wrong. I'm just
I
traumatized.
100% prefer the cool weather. The cold, I prefer the cold. Like I outright prefer the cold. But last year was the first time I was like, cold. So you're here to kill me.
Yeah.
It's finally happening. My love for you must fade slightly. But, still only slightly. I still prefer the cold to the hot. The thing with the cold is it can get warm. My power works. I can get warm. Can't get cooler a lot of the times. It gets hot as balls. I think we might be hitting the end on this one. I'm trying to figure out how I want to finish the headlights. It's they're just yellow, which might actually just be fine. I don't know, like if I need to do anything to them necessarily. They look kind of like they're bright already, so I might not mess with them too much. We'll see. I need to do these treads. Drips faucets. That's not too big.
Well, at least if it does freeze up and everything breaks, I have even more Warhammer I can paint and build this time. So,
Yeah, that's true.
because like in the mornings,
Last time I was definitely painting all the way till the power went out.
yeah, in the mornings, this room gets the most sun and gets warm the fastest, and so we just like opened the blinds up and pulled the curtains back, and like Kaylee was in here working on her book stuff. Kind of funny actually. Kaylee was in here working on her book stuff. I was building Warhammer, I think. I don't think I was painting at the time. And we were listening to Critical Role. Like we were like, well, I guess we can start Critical Role and like listen to that while we work. And yeah,
Nice. Yeah.
and the conversation comes full circle.
He got there. I'm gonna put these underneath it so I can rest off of the table. So if I'm painting the treads, I want to be able to rest it off of the treads a little bit. Okay, there we go. Let's see that one better. I'm liking the way this is coming out. I'm looking forward. I'll take some pictures of this for Instagram and stuff. Looking good. Let's see, how do we want to do the tracks here? Could do. I don't think I want to do just contrast because it'll just be gold showing through. I need to paint it with base color first. Gotta do with that. Should do like a dark gray or something. Probably best. Let's do Paleo dark gray. Sorry about the sound.
Okay, you make some paints.
Yeah, I haven't used this dark gray before, so I'm just gonna toss dark gray on the tracks. See how it looks. It's a little on the thin side. I'm hitting my armor a little too much. There you go. But that's okay. So I'm probably gonna hit it with contrast after. I want base to be a gold. Yeah. Now here's a question. This is unrelated to hobby as much as it is. I just painted okay. As much as it's related to like your army and stuff. I'm curious, how are you liking the Dune Crawler's performance? Drew? Lose you? Drew, if you're talking, I can't hear you. Sorry. Possible you stepped away and I didn't hear. Maybe I'm the one who's lost. Chat, let me know if you can hear me. Got him right. Oh. Caught, got Drew. Talk too much shit about the power grid. power did go out or something. It looks
Okay,
like
can you
still-
hear me now?
Oh, what's up? Oh, I can hear you now. What's up?
Cool. My receiver batteries died for my microphone.
Yeah, I kind of figured it was something like that.
But yeah, like I mean, I think this last time I thought they played extremely well. Like they hit hard. Their range is really great because it's like while they might not do a ton of damage, they put a lot of pressure. And so
Sure.
it's like my idea with them and the way I was trying to play them wasn't necessarily that they were beat sticks, but more so it's like, okay, if you want to come take the midfield from me, you're gonna keep getting plinked. So it was more of just trying to keep that pressure and threat up to kind of slow you down on your approach, make you weigh, different options on it. I was really trying to like think a couple steps ahead with them.
Yeah, I think you did a good job with them. I think that makes a lot of sense, especially against the Custodes. Like, big hits maybe aren't going to do as much. A lot of small hits kind of actually hurt me a lot more. Because it makes me, the more you make me roll the dice, the worse it is.
Yeah.
Because I've got like 1-up saves and stuff like that. Like, it's tough. Like, sometimes I'm just going to block on a 4-up invuln or big gigantic hit, but if you're sending a ton of damage my way, making me roll the dice like a lot, like your stupid freaking Skitari do. God damn, fuck those things. Hate them so much. I figured out what I should have done against them, by the way.
What's that?
I should have gotten. I needed to get someone in like. I should have dropped X Mark Destroyer. I should have dropped him outside of 12. So you couldn't have done your your info slave skull or whatever it's called, the Auspex strat. He could just shoot you, and then I could walk into you instead of dropping.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's guaranteed, but what I am saying is like I could have guaranteed shot you at least instead of wasting him dropping backfield.
Yeah. You were put in a bad position too, and like if I didn't clear off those bikes, and if I remember right, you dropped him before sent call up and cleared out that point, and I think that had a lot to do with it.
With your Taraxi.
Oh, the shooter guy.
Let's get into that. Do what?
The shooter guy, like the pistol guy. Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah, him.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant the other guy. Yeah. Yeah, you kind of just dropped him in a weird spot and he got lit up.
I dropped him in a really bad spot. Yeah, that was a humongous mistake. Well, I was just so afraid of your Auspex scan thing where you get to just shoot him when he drops.
Yeah.
I got the buy followers.
Yeah, if like range, it would definitely be, a thing, but it's only 3 extra inches over standard drop range. So it's not, it's punishing if you do it, but it is easy to avoid. So I think that would have been good.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it. Hang on. I'm gonna go grab my battery. Give me a second.
Pistolero McNecron. Yes. Yeah, that's a good name for him. Pistolero de McNecron. Senor Pistolero.
Where is the battery? So my battery backup, like that big brick I have when we were playing, is around here somewhere. I don't know where it's at.
Oh yeah.
My iPad's about to die. My iPad's like about to die. I guess I could just plug it in. Yeah. Oh, if we do get a game in next week, would you be interested in streaming it?
For like you, yeah. I mean, if you want to stream on your channel, you mean?
Yeah.
We can do that. I wouldn't. I'm not opposed to that.
Okay. I think I can get it set up pretty easily.
Sure. It's like fun. No, we do it. Get some more paint here. Where is it? Did I set that? Okay, there we go. Actually, I would love to get another game with the custodians, especially. To get this stuff painted up, just to see how it works with the sisters. If it's better, if it's worse. You know.
And I think, I don't know if I would actually change a lot on my list for them. I mean, I think my big problem against the custodians was just my secondaries were absolutely.
Yeah, I think we both picked some pretty subpar secondaries that second game. I think that's honestly why I think, like, had you picked better secondaries and I kept the same ones, you definitely would have won. Like, I needed to not be on. I needed to figure something else out. Banners and stuff when I have so few action takers. Bad plan. Not the best plan on my part. I'd love to play a game. After this new list, I don't think there's anything that you would need to change necessarily. It just gives me like I need more practice. My list.
Yeah.
See what works, what doesn't. Also, just in general, to get the rules under my belt. Like we're like Jesse's in here talking about like being the 9th ranked dude in Chaos Knights, and I'm over here like, how does heroic intervention work?
Yeah.
We haven't really messed with stuff like that in my armies. Now my army has so much dealing with heroic intervention that I'm like kind of like, okay, I need to bone up on like basic stuff that I just haven't used that much. Because I'm used to playing Necrons most of the time. I have played Custodians, but I've only played it a few times, and it was mostly like, aha, I'm gonna run these bikes at you. It's less about like the actual interactions, because I didn't have a lot of the fun stuff. In the old book, you had to pretty much be running dreadnoughts, I feel like, be doing anything useful. And this one's way more wide open.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying.
I think too, you got to remember that you get that reroll.
That the reroll. Oh my god, I was so mad. So mad, and then I still forgot it. Yeah, exactly. And like I was overcomplicating in my mind how heroic intervention worked. It's pretty much just like a counter charge with heroes. It has a shorter range, but there's a lot of stuff in my army that in Custodians that gets intervention that isn't heroes. Like heroes do as well, characters do, but like I have a lot of stuff that gives it to like non-characters and bikes and stuff like that. And like I have like stuff that gets extended heroic interventions, or like heroic interventions where they can move 6 inches, or like some of them that don't have to move towards the closest target. Some interesting stuff. There's some definitely weird stuff. Some interesting stuff. Let's me do some kind of interesting, fun things. Like there's a lot of warping and stuff. Not a lot. There's a couple things that can warp in my army. And get me in spots that feel like I shouldn't be there really quickly. I want to try some of that stuff out. Like the bike guy. I mean, advancing, what was it? What did we say it was? 34 inches?
Yeah. I think it was 34.
He can boost and do it. He can't shoot or charge, but he can advance 34 inches, which if he gets within a close enough range of a unit, even though he can't advance or charge, or he can't shoot or charge, I can use the Praetorian plate on the Terminator captain and warp him into combat with someone that he's close enough to. So like the bike can boost and can't get into combat, but he can enable other things to get into combat from across the board as well.
Mm.
And to potentially just take objectives, because I can, if I do that warp, the Terminator captain. He's also got a warlord trait that makes him worth. He becomes 4. He counts as 4 models, but by himself.
Yeah. For
And
OBSEC.
he's OBSEC. He's also OBSEC, yeah.
So
He's 4 OBSEC models, and the bike is also 4 OBSEC models. Or the bike is 3 OBSEC models. Not OBSEC. The bike's not OBSEC, but it's 3 additional models. Sorry, there we go.
if you were to move forward in advance, if you end an engagement room, can you attack, or do you have to, or engagement range, excuse me, or do you have to charge to start melee?
No, you can. Well, you can't normally move into engagement range. Like that's not you need to charge, but I think that's right. You can correct me in chat. But I'm pretty sure you can't just like walk into engagement range. Normally, but you can heroic intervention and stuff into it, which isn't technically a charge. Like if you teleport into combat, like that's another way to get in without charging. And you still like when you go do the actual order of combat, there's still rules to that, like chargers going first and whatnot, barring always strikes first or always strikes last and all that kind of stuff. Which we don't really have a ton of that. At least you haven't used it against me, so I don't know.
I haven't really needed to. I do have a fight first strat. Or I guess it's a fight last strat.
Engagement. Yeah, so you can't just walk into combat. Exactly. Okay. That's exactly okay. So I was correct on that. I always second guess myself when it comes to rules because I'm just not experienced in the game. But
I'm literally gonna have to go learn a whole new phase of the game that I don't do because I just play Adeptus.
You don't charge. You shoot.
I just shoot, and now I'm only charging. I'm like, what's that? Here's 20 Wolf Guard and a chaplain on a bike coming at you. By the way, I now get exploding 6s and also buff to my attack. Like, I'm just gonna be literally slamming into you as fast and as hard as I can.
Well, I got good news for you. Eventually, they'll have to play against the Templar, and they do the same thing. So there you go.
Hell yeah! It'll just be a massive slam fest. Fucking SmackDown versus Raw in there.
Yeah, the Templar have some fun stuff. That'll be a fun army. Base Wolves are good. Templar are good. That'll be fun. That'll be a fun matchup. I got Hellbrecht. Do some fun stuff. I got Chaplains. I told you I was converting a Chaplain on bike, right?
Mm-hmm.
I take one of the Outriders and I'm gonna throw the Chaplain torso that I have from one of the combat patrol boxes, and chain a skeleton to the front of it.
I'm gonna have to get some like pelts and stuff, or maybe even 3D print some stuff to make my chaplain on bike more wolfy.
Dude, you have so many wolf tails. Use those bits, dude.
I mean, I'm going to, but I want like a flowing pelt in the wind kind of thing. Like, I want him to look sick.
Storm fields, yeah, that'd be fun. So we're closing in. I'm gonna probably put some contrast paint on the fronts of these contrast black on the front of the tracks to give it a little more definition and cover up the gold a little bit more. And on the back, I'm not gonna worry about the bottom because those are always gonna be on the table. I don't really care. We'll shoot on the fronts and the backs, but I think we're getting there. I think we got it. I don't have the bolter on top. We'll figure that out later. But, I really like this. It's pretty dang cool. A little fleur-de-lis all over it. This is the bookworm. It's the bookmobile.
Whoa, what the hell? I'm like mid brushload of paint and all of a sudden I'm like spraying paint. Like just some water came out of nowhere.
Oh, it flicked it off the brush. I hate it when that happens. The Bible Thumper. That's a good name. That'll be more the Sisters of Battle. That would have been that one. That Sisters, their stuff, man. It is ballistically weird. Candles on your backpacks. Crazy stuff. That's weird as hell. I'm gonna finish it tonight. I've just decided. I've made the executive decision that I'm finishing this thing. So I'm gonna do the contrast. I'm gonna let it dry a little bit, do the contrast, and then call it a night probably. I think I just like the headlights as is, just keeping them yellow. It looks kind of like they're. It doesn't have a glow effect on it, but if I wanted to, I guess I could. But I don't think I'm going to. I think just having it bright yellow looks cool enough. It's fine. Terrified, yeah. Agreed. What the hell? Got like splotches on the top. Where the hell did that come from? I don't care. I've decided I don't care. It's got these like two random. I legit don't know where those came. I didn't notice those this entire time, so just apparently I'm blind. But
Just
apparently,
like paint on the top of it.
What?
It's just like you have random paint on the top of it.
Yeah, it must. I probably splattered it while I was painting something else. It probably just came off my brush. I don't care enough. There's like a few drops on top here, but it is what it is. I don't care that much. Battle damage. It's acid rain. Yeah, it looks solid. It's not. It's honestly, if it doesn't bother me, it might bother someone else, but it's not gonna bother me. So if it doesn't bother me, it doesn't get messed with. I don't care. I'm looking for more of an overall look. You know, if it looks good on a table from a distance, I'm gonna be okay with that. And this looks pretty cool, I think. Like, I dig it. I really the red pops, kind of bannery stuff still shows up. It's got cool little marks all over it, and little doodads that don't take away from the overall look. They just kind of like look like cool accessories that almost were meant for it. So I think it's neat. It's rad. These will be the next step. They'll just these shouldn't take super long to paint. I don't remember the Sisters being that hard, honestly. I'm not gonna finish them tonight, but I don't think it'll be that big a deal. Should be fun. Knock them out. Have some new things. No more OBSEC, Drew.
No more OBSEC? What do you mean?
I told you I turned it off.
Oh yeah. Forgot about that.
We don't do that here.
I'm gonna need you to not.
OBSEC. We don't do that here.
Also, depending on Saturday, and the point changes, assuming they all get released, I have some kind of fun stuff I think planned with my Space Wolves. That depending on if I have to change the list and how much I have to change it. I'm excited to see how it goes.
What the changes are when that comes in.
Do what?
I'm interested in seeing what the changes are when they actually do. I'm surprised they haven't leaked already.
Yeah.
But I'm interested. I'm excited about the changes to the missions though. It's gonna be definitely a change to like how things work. And all the little MSU units that are there to get actions aren't gonna work anymore. So it's gonna be intriguing to see how we change. I actually don't know how I'm gonna change all that, honestly. Remember what you're talking about, Tristan? I've heard about that. The knights get cheaper, and something happens with the Chaos Knights to make them better. So, I've heard some rumors on that. I heard that Custodes gets cheaper, which is hilarious. I've heard that the from the rumor mill stuff at least, I heard that Trajan drops 5-10 points for some reason, even though he's potentially like the best. He's potentially like one of the best characters in the game right now. And then Misericordia's become free, which I think Misericordia should just be baked into the cost. I'm tired of them being an upgrade. Come on, man, Cat. I'm tired of Misericordia's being an upgrade because I always forget about them anyway. I always forget which units have them, which units haven't equipped them on and stuff. It's just always like, come on, just give them to me. I don't care. You're making me think too much about this stupid upgrade. This stupid run. It's just one random extra attack that gets -2 AP with no weapon. It's a punch essentially. Crusher Stampede does, yeah. Crusher Stampede is a great. I think that's as good as you can like show that you can do a monster mash like big thing army. Like I think it's cool. Have you seen that, Drew? White Dwarf, they released in White Dwarf a new Tyrannid thing because Tyranids were already doing pretty good with that update they got.
Mm-hmm.
In the newest Warzone whatever book, Knockwinder, Octarius, or wherever the fuck we're at now. But they got another one in White Dwarf called Crusher Stampede. Wait, was that in White Dwarf or was that in the newest? I think it was in White Dwarf. It's a Crusher Stampede. It's like it's a monster mesh army, and it's actually good.
Mm.
You can just run like oops all monsters on people with Tyranids now.
That's
like,
cool.
It's mad decent.
Makes me want to play them.
Yeah, I can't justify investing in something without a ninth book at this point. The how drastic some of the changes have been, it's like could become a completely different army.
Yeah.
Tau, as far as the Tau leaks don't seem to even include the Farside Enclaves right now, the main book.
Which one is like the Farside Enclaves?
Farside Enclaves is just like one of the more popular ones right now, using Commander Farsight. I think you run Farsight in it as well. I assume that's not just a name, but wash these videos real quick. Railgun, yeah, we were talking about that earlier. The Tau look incredible. Railgun, it's not just the railgun too. It's just like you get the railgun, you've got the that new 12 damage, pulse cannon. Oh my god! And then with the pulse cannon, I mean the railgun already gets past invulns, but the pulse cannon has the strat where you can just gate invulns on that as well. It's 2 shots for 12 damage. Like, ooh. Don't take the Lord of Skulls. He's not safe.
Thank God none of us are playing Tau.
What?
But thank God none of us are playing Tau, so that Lord of Skulls can eventually hit the field, and so can Mortarion.
Oh no! I've decided not to sell these Tau behind me. I'm just gonna use them now.
Oh, are you?
Oh. Asshole.
Well, fuck.
Would never. You're good.
Be funny if Hector has been building his Tau army in secret, and he's just gonna like come down and be like, "So, we gonna play?" And he's gonna have like a super tournament ready list. Yeah.
Super hard. Well, I told him about Rogans. He doesn't even want those though, because those are hammerheads. He doesn't want hammerheads. He just wants mechs. He's a Gundam boy.
I respect that. Just sticking to what you think is cool.
I respect that too. I might be selling the Tau. Unfortunately, unfortunately, money situation with us has been so inconsistent that he hasn't been able to get them from me.
Yeah.
I need to sell them. I need the money. So. But they're getting a new combat patrol that's going to be good to start with. It comes with the Ghost Keel now, which is pretty rad, actually. The new stuff they've got is pretty. I think the new combat patrol is a good way of doing it too, because it's not like did with AdMech, which was just like the old combat patrol plus X.
Yeah.
This one's actually different.
Yeah, the AdMech one. I mean, it wasn't bad, but man, we also still haven't gotten our battle force yet.
What?
We haven't gotten our battle force yet.
Yeah, that's hilarious. You still haven't got the freaking holiday box. The AdMech one just got delayed at infinitum. Just gone. Lost in the warp.
Yeah, man. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it just doesn't come out. If they're like, sorry, North America.
Alright, fall off a ship. It's done. Yeah, honestly, wouldn't be shocked either. Well, it wasn't just North America; it was everybody. It didn't come out anywhere.
Oh, it came out places.
I thought it didn't come out anywhere.
It just didn't come out in yeah, just North America. Because you can even, it's still up on their website. It's like their worldwide one.
What the fuck? That's racist.
Yep. How fucking dare they?
Stop! I'm gonna sue. Second off. Kellerfield's down, Jerry. I know this wasn't the reference at all, and that wasn't even necessarily a reference, but for some reason when you said Gellerfield's down, Jerry, I imagined Jerry from Rick and Morty. Manning like a knight. So stupid. God, why I think it's so much dumb shit.
You good, man?
Me? What?
Yeah, it was a joke.
Oh,
Sorry. Oh.
like all logged off. Just taking off. Cool hanging out with him. It was really kind words he had for us.
Yeah. Only chemical.
It's nice to hear the streams at work. Actually, people are liking those. They
Yeah.
come off as exactly as I love it, which is like just people playing games, having fun. You know.
Very
Sometimes it's
validating.
nice- Yeah, it's nice to just turn off the salesman move. Like, I'm not always trying to sell stuff. I'm really not like that. Like, when what you're writing all day has to be like marketing text and stuff, sometimes feels that way, you know?
Yeah.
It's nice to have an outlet where I'm not just like writing marketing text.
Yeah, dude, this red got sprayed everywhere. So
Yeah, I have to be on. Yeah, that's a good description of social media. Just have to have everything turned on all the time. Just in that mode, social mode. That's why I like doing these streams too at home. It's nice to eat because even though I do like doing the ones at work, it still is technically work, even if it's fun work. It's nice to also have a home outlet to it. Touch the gold just a tad. I don't know why I got Cody DeCambria suddenly stuck in my head.
And I've been listening to them in a long time.
My ex used to be super into them. That's who kind of got me into them. I do enjoy them.
I like never really was able to get into them. Like the singer's voice kind of annoyed me.
That's fair.
But like I
It's a love
understand
and hate
musically,
kind of
like
thing.
they're good. I just not really my cup of tea. But I totally get how people dig them.
Hate them. I get it. You hate it?
Yeah, dude, fuck
And
those guys.
you
They're
want them to
literally scum. Like,
Yeah, exactly. You're just like that though. I know you really well, so like I understand that you just kind of hate stuff randomly.
yeah,
You will not ever take it back.
that's just how I am. You know, I'm filled with hate. I'm filled with rage.
Just how
I'm
I
filled
am
with anger.
naturally.
My default emotion is hate.
Man. I think we kind of nailed it. As much as I'm gonna nail it, I don't know. The tracks didn't end up with as much texture as I was hoping, but I'll live with it. It's fine. It's at least dark enough. They ended up with texture. They should end up as. I'd have to dry brush them again probably with something else. I don't really feel like I'm doing all that. I might do a dry brush metallic or something, but no, it doesn't. It's not worth it right now. So really not. I guess they're not supposed to be black because they're supposed to be metallic, but I didn't really want to use a metallic for all that. I wanted to use a different color, so we're just gonna pretend it's a dark metallic. That's our life now. Gnome and Agrax. Yeah, I'll definitely wash them. So yeah, I'll put another coat of wash on them before I. Yes, but I think we got it. I think this is our stuff. We got a nice little scheme. Got some fun stuff going on. Little bits and bobs. Got to do some things. Need to find a bolter to go on top. I don't really have an extra one, so you may just have to understand that I have a bolter and deal with that.
I might have one somewhere here. From like my.
Well, it's like it has a specific attachment to it and shit. It's stupid. Oh, it's dumb. I technically have one over here, but it's attached to a different rhino, so it's like, oh, it's not very helpful. Yeah. It's supposed to look like this. This piece here is what they put there. They didn't actually attach the bolter. This one doesn't want to be. This is another one of the rhinos I bought secondhand. Someone tried to do some neat edge highlighting. Look like they might have been Dark Angels, actually. Hey, how's it going? Flavor win. Exactly. I think we got it. I think we're gonna do some more washes, but we're gonna call it. Take some pictures of it. Maybe actually varnish it before it becomes 20 degrees. I don't think it's this cold yet. Let me check real quick.
My AC's on it, and I'm in the front room, and it doesn't feel too bad. So I think we're probably still,
right now.
yeah. I was about to say, I think we're still probably pretty warm.
Well, 39 is not warm, but it's definitely not as bad as it's gonna get. So.
Oh, you said 39? I thought you said like 79.
Yes. No, it's 39 right now.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's cold.
Not 79. No, sir. Yeah. I think I didn't know. I thought I was gonna batch paint and kind of do like I would have done the red on this and then the red on these, and I wouldn't be finished with anything tonight. But I just got so attached to the rhino. I really wanted to finish that rhino, so that's what we did instead. Instead of batch painting, we finished a rhino. So it's my first rhino. That's like it's a step. That's like a Warhammer level I've done there.
Hell yeah. Mission accomplished. Rhino painted. Keep realizing that I'm like...
Achievement unlocked. Achievement unlocked. And then these will come next, and we'll be playing them against you next week, probably, Drew.
Hell yeah, I'm excited.
Went from Rhino to Rhine 1. Thank you. I've evolved. Single. From no 0 Rhino to Rhine 1. Beautiful. Well, guys, I think I'm going to call it. I'm going to see if we can't this thing primed. I'll throw some pictures up on Instagram. We do a little turnaround on TikTok or something just to celebrate a small victory. And I guess if Drew is gonna stream next week, we might be able to stream a game. That's awesome if we can. I'll let y'all know if we do that, then link you over to his stuff.
I'll work on getting it set up. I think I have an idea.
Do what?
But I'll work on getting it set up, but I think I have an idea for how to set it all up.
I'm down to try. I'm definitely in. You know me. I mean, I used to stream. That's how this Twitch channel actually existed. I didn't actually use it to regularly stream. I streamed like a couple of extra lives when we did 24-hour marathons for board games. When I actually had space to do that, and like I could stay up for 24 hours straight. So it was kind of sitting around until I started doing this. So I'm down to stream some games. No, I am. The golden boys and girls are coming.
Yeah,
guys, thanks for hanging out. That was a lot of fun. Thanks for all the new follows and sub even. Appreciate that, Paul. I'm gonna hop off and do a couple things with this, throw some pictures online, and probably finish working on a Kickstarter. We'll see you guys probably Saturday on stream. I missed last Saturday, but I think I'll be good this Saturday. Last Saturday I missed because Drew held me hostage and played 2 games of Warhammer against my will. I had nothing to do with it.
Oh no, the horror.
It's horrible. Well, why? Why did you do that? I'll see you guys later. You have a good one. Stay warm. Peace.
Bye, everyone.
I'm going to hang out and chat a little bit longer.
Cool.
The last comment in chat is, what a dick. Drew, why would you do that to me? Dare you.
How dare I?
You dare. I like the way this came out, man. Actually, it's pretty cool.
Oh, I went over to go check your stream again to see what it looked like, and it's like, no, you just turned it off.
Let me take a quick. I'll drop it in hobby progress.
Okay.
Just a sec. I think it'll look better on with a forward shot too. Get that out of the way.
One of these was or is wet. That's the one that's.
I'd probably throw another wash on the treads, but I'll do it this size so you guys see. Yeah, maybe not. Oh, hey, sisters. Here, it'll be easier to do side over here. Side shot. Front shot. Side shot. Shot. There we go. Sister. Streamlabs stats for that. Yeah, hopefully I can roll this thing up the table, take a couple of squads, and just kind of grab an objective. It's not like going to be the strongest thing in the world, but it'll be nice. Like you said, like pressure.
Yeah.
It's at least it's a utility piece that's going to make you have to do something about it.
Yeah, especially the fact that you get that pre-game 6-inch from having the sisters in it, like that's big, man.
And that's the same ability as the Dominions from Sisters of Battle. When I saw that in this book, I'm like, I've used this before. I know how good this can be. In Sisters of Battle, I could have done the same thing, but with like a melta gun attached to it. Like, it's got power. Let's see, where's hobby progress? Yeah, here we go. There's all 4 shots. A little more reflective. It's a little harder to see some of this stuff, but it's I think it came out pretty good.
Oh yeah, I'm gluing a piece on and then I'm gonna check it.
That's a good stream. Can you follow in a new subscription?
Super glue.
I just the only thing not the only thing I do care about a little bit about followers and stuff like that, but I really appreciate when people chat. It's totally different on stream when people actually talk.
Yeah.
It's nice to interact with people, and that was kind of the problem. Not a problem. That's why it was so hard to start streaming when I was first doing it, because it was like, oh man, it's like you're just talking to yourself. Sometimes it does feel that way, but like it eventually changes. Let's see. Let's see how close I am now. Here at 282. Neat. 18 away.
Almost there.
Climbing.
Ooh, hell yeah, that looks sick, man. I dig it.
Coming for you. Red came out really good for just being like, call GW's paints whatever you want, but their red is good.
Yeah. The paint I have the most experience with is their reds, and I do dig them. I don't know, like I've tried to use a few other paints from other companies, and like my Citadel paints they're the best, man. Like the paints I have, I love the color of it.
Really
but
bad. You started cutting out really bad.
Oh,
I didn't
shit.
get that.
Okay. The like the P3 paints that I have, I do not like. One Reaper color I have, I like the color of it, but it is so opaque that it literally takes like 6 layers to actually build up the color. And it's like GW does, like I feel like I'm getting my money's worth because they're so thick, and like, you know, the opacity is so good on them that it even thin half the time it only takes 1 layer.
Yeah. I've had such bad luck with so many salt. Like, so earlier when I was saying, oh man, accidentally used flesh on the lights instead of that yellow, the way I could tell is because how bad that flesh color is. I don't know why that flesh color is still on my desk. It sucks ass. I put it away. I was like, this is effectively water. This is terrible. I hate this color. It was bad. Yeah. These like ultra watery paints, so like I don't like thin what? What am I thinning? They'd have to have paint in them to be thin. As far as I can tell right now, they're tinted water. Steam cheated. Jim Jarmusch. Oh wow. We don't talk about Bruno has charted is the highest charting Disney song since
Really?
1995. Yeah,
Crazy. I mean, it's a good song.
good song. I like that movie. It's pretty good.
Yeah. There's one there that I didn't really like. I didn't care for. And I don't know what it was about it, but it was Luisa's song. It just
Was what song? Sorry, you're breaking up again.
I don't hang on. I'm gonna move my mic out of my pocket again. There's only one song on there that in that movie that I didn't like, and it was, I think her name was Luisa, if I remember right. Her song,
Was it the Flower song?
the one about tipping and breaking.
What about which
Strong
one?
Girl song,
Sorry, go back. What was it again?
like something about like tipping and breaking.
Oh, Pressure. I love that song.
I don't know why,
the
man.
the buff girl.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I don't know why, but that's like my song. The movie itself was like
Interesting.
amazing, such a good.
I actually think Pressure might be my favorite one. I think I might like it more than Bruto.
Well,
Funny.
wrong, but you know, whatever. I want to finish. Big piece.
Pride of Mandalore. Oh, interesting. Oh, cool. Made the Rebel. They made the Fangfighter a Rebel ship. X-Wing. This expansion has. It's like the Fangfighter and the TIE FO. Oh, the TIE Interceptor.
Fighter. Look like
Fangfighter's that scum and villainy ship that Morale flew. A Mandalorian ship. It's like the scum and villainy ace, pretty much. It looks like they're giving it cards to be rebel now. Whoa. Pretty cool. And then TIE Interceptor Moff Gideon. It's stuff from some stuff from The Mandalorian. That's neat. We don't talk. Got stuck in my head forever.
we'll say it makes me want to even more. I already did, but now I really want to go back to more Hamilton. I've never seen it. Like I think that might have been my first Lin-Manuel Miranda ever.
Oh, really? Yeah. Hamilton's great. I told. So this may help convince you or not convince you. I told John to watch that for a long time, and he's not a musical guy. he's not a music guy. He likes 1776. He likes some musicals.
Off again. Again.
What?
Has something to do with OBS for camera. I noticed that my camera.
Your mic is also getting choppy. It has something to do. They all. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You get a robot voice. Is what's happening. There was the one song, that Mirabelle song. Mirabelle, where she's explaining all the people in the household.
Yeah, all their abilities.
Got stuck in my head that it's got the same kind of cadence as boats, ships, guns and ships from Hamilton. Which is like, there's just a section where he's like, no one matches his penchant for tactical brilliance, Hamilton. Hamilton. So in my head it was just like Mirabelle. No one matches his like talking about Hamilton stuff.
All just works.
It's like Thomas Jefferson is convincing George Washington that he needs to get Mirabelle back. Makes no sense.
Okay.
But it was stuck in my head.
Let's see if that helps. If you notice it again, let me know. And I want to roll over here real quick and check and see what my computer's saying. If it happens again, I need to go to sleep. Wanna see if I can get this a little more done?
Sure. I get you. We don't talk about Bruno. So Rhino was done. That wasn't as hard as I was expecting.
Am I getting rainy again?
It's still sounding choppy. It's sounding robot-y. Yeah. I can hear you, but it like breaks up and like has that weird kind of robot sound.
I don't know what it is. Hang on, I noticed that my virtual cam is getting weird when it happens. Kill it? It's gonna kill my video in Discord, but I'm gonna see if it stays better this way. Viking. Okay, close that. bad. Okay. This will be kind of interesting. Hold up now, so I'll be able. Huh.
I tell you about War Master.
I think so.
Okay. I'm not going to yet.
Okay.
I'm not ready to do what?
Is it okay? Is this like something in your list?
It's a game. No, it's a game. So it's actually the reason why I got a resin printer instead of the FDM printer. It was my end goal for 3D printing. Essentially, War Master was a game that came out in the 90s, lasted through the like mid 2000s, like 2010 or so. It was a specialist game that GW made, kind of like Blood Bowl, stuff like that. And it essentially was 10mm scale Warhammer. Bases were like tiny and they had multiple troops on it. It was kind of like epic scale. And it lasted for a while. It wasn't very popular, but it was like a lot of those games that they had. They kind of like hung it around for a long time. And then it came out with they were working on a second edition and it never came out, but they did create this thing called Warhammer Ancients, which incorporated some of the stuff they were going to do with second edition. But anyway, died off, normal stuff. You can find minis on the secondary market, whatever. It kind of hung around with fan communities, but when 3D printing came out, it's not like hyper popular. It's still like a weird dead old game in a weird scale that nobody plays.
Mm-hmm.
But it got a second burst of life because people were just like, oh, we can just print minis for this. GW doesn't sell it; they're not going to come after us. We can make our own minis and print this stuff, and they're also tiny, so you can actually print them on pretty much any printer. They're like stands of minis. Like a stand of mini is tiny and has like 10 minis on it. You don't put them on individual bases. They like come in rows. It's like rank and flank. And I was like, I want to do that at some point. And so now I'm going to start 3D printing and probably do that sometime this year, probably later this year. I'm probably going to print an army.
Cool.
I think it'd be pretty rad.
Are like the files for it easy to find, or
What?
are the files for it pretty easy?
You broke up again there. I'm sorry.
Are the files for it like pretty easy to find, or?
I what robot voice, but I heard are the files.
Honestly, I don't know what's causing it at this point, man. Are the miniatures like and all the files and stuff hard to find, or am I still robot-y?
There's a few. You're still breaking up a little bit, but I kind of got it there. But there's a few different places that do minis and stuff. Like you can. There's a few there's fan run companies like Forest Dragon minis. Forest Dragon minis is a great one to look at. they sell STLs or do Patreon stuff, kind of like a lot of those STL things do now, and you can get profiles that way. I was probably gonna get vampire accounts or something from Forest Dragon or like Skaven from another one. There's some pretty cool ones, but if you want an example of what they look like, Forest Dragon does like a High Elf army and an Empire. No, it's High Elves, vampire accounts, and I think they do Wood Elves too. You can get an idea of the size. It's like $60 and you get all the files. So that was pretty cool.
You open my
I need
stream.
to catch up on this Warhammer Plus stuff.
Do what?
What, man?
What'd you say?
You're still cutting out, man. I'm sorry.
I don't know why.
That's real weird. Let me try connecting on my phone. Maybe it's just me or something. I don't know. Give me a sec. I'll be able to hear you better on that. Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It might have just been me.
I don't think it was you, because Paul was saying he was having the same thing happen.
That's true, but I can still hear you a little bit better now. So at least I can. I heard the whole sentence you just said, so that's a start.
I switched frequency. It could be my
Might be
mic.
that.
My computer. Or,
Oh,
Tinder.
that's intriguing. That shouldn't be happening. I'm really happy with this Rhino. I think this is gonna look cool. 6-inch moving Rhino. Yeah.
That or
Yeah, I think so too. And it's not super expensive. I mean, it's 75 points for a Rhino, 60 points for the Prosecutors, 70 points for the Witch Seekers. So like 3 units for under 200 points.
that's not bad at all.
Yeah, it's like right under, right over. Can't math, but no, it's right over 205. But still, also vehicles are going to be more important because the new secondaries, like engage, I think you can't hold it with single characters anymore, or you may not be able to do that now. I can't remember, but you need vehicles or units.
But
So
for you, you're gonna have to have.
yeah, I don't. Most people won't, but I don't have a lot of units just kind of throw in and engage. You know, like I don't have Taraxi I can just throw back there, if that makes sense. Although there's a Forge World unit that I want to get eventually, maybe called what are they called? Vinatari, I think. And they're like jetpack custodies. And they look pretty cool.
Wonder if they will keep bringing more and more plastic time soon.
I doubt it, but I wish they would. But they won't. They definitely won't be doing it soon because this book doesn't have any of the Forge World stuff in it.
Oh yeah.
That stuff is all only in the Forge World thing now, or currently. It was before too, but they didn't move it, so I'm like, oh well, fuck. I guess I've still got a shitty plastic dreadnought and a Land Raider. Woo! Everybody, look out! Here comes the Land Raider, the checks notes potentially worst vehicle in the game. I am keeping my Land Raider for whenever I do Crimson Fist down the road. I want that. That I'm excited for. Because they had the coolest Land Raider. The fucking Ren's whatever, Justice or Vengeance or whatever the fuck. The one that, I told you about that, right?
Something about like it became autonomous.
Yeah. And when it ran out, it just rode around after all the Crimson Fists had died. It rode around Ren's world, just like it was just sitting in spot as the orcs came at it, just shooting on its own, just going nutso. And when it ran out of ammo and just killed jillions of orcs, when it finally ran out of all its ammo and fuel, it opened its front door to get the orcs to come on board, and then it flooded the compartments with all of its leftover fuel and blew itself up.
So fun.
It's the most like dark, savagey. That's like the most grimdark thing ever.
Yeah. Are they all supposed to be autonomous, or is it just that one?
I think that they all have a machine spirit, so I think they've got some form of that. But I think that's the most active one I've ever heard of. Like I don't know if their capacity is normally the ability to take revenge.
Yeah. I would assume that's pretty one-offy, but you know.
I want my tank to take revenge for me.
Not like the crawler, but the gun I'm painting up. My Black Templar contrast right up a bit. Trust me, everywhere I check, it's sold out.
Yeah, contrast medium is never in stock. It's like I have one bottle of it, and when I got that bottle, it was like the day they restocked it at the store I was getting it at. I think it was Game Castle, and they had just restocked it that day. It's good stuff. I mean, it's just kind of weird that like a medium sells out that fast.
Yeah. Like not make it much or something. Maybe there's some extra use for it that Not aware
Well,
of.
you can mix it in with regular paint and thin it down that way. It's a useful medium for turning paint to contrast.
Just for like glazing and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think what it ends up being with that stuff is it's generally useful. It's a tool that people you can use that aren't necessarily always doing contrast paint, and it's also probably not something that stores are reordering all the time because it's so specific. Oh, making reward tiers on a Kickstarter. It's not very exciting.
Yeah, man.
It is. It's not. I hate that.
happy with how this weapon effect came out.
Do what?
I'm happy with how this weapon effect came out. I wasn't sure. I was gonna be a little better, but wrong.
Yes, cat, meow.
Food.
He does not. He has
That
a
didn't mean more.
bowl full. Well, that's funny. Someone posted the Winnie the Pooh meme of him sitting in a chair, where it's like he's sitting there looking like dumb. He sits there and looks like normal, and then he's got like a tux on, and he looks like an idiot.
Yeah.
And it was my model is gray plastic, and it just has him sitting in the chair, like black and white. This is my model after I prime. It's like him in a tux, and it's a little bit darker. And this is my model after I paint it. It's like done in crayon, and it looks like an idiot. Like, that's so good.
That ain't my models. I don't know what is.
Your models are good, man.
Getting better, but
If you're gonna leave, leave as fast as you came. Your gravity's quick to put me in my place. Learning how to let it not affect, burning through me like a cigarette. The further we grow, the stronger you hold. Separate my skin from every bone. I'm a prisoner when I can feel you close. You keep pushing me away, telling me to stay. Wish I could erase you from my brain. It might get so hard to feel love when I'm already numb.
almost there.
What now?
Done with it. Paint.
That's 100. 450. So 100. That's 700. 30. Oh hell yeah! Bojangles is gonna open in Austin.
Oh shit, dude, their Bowberry
I've always
biscuits
wanted
fucking slap.
I know. I've heard. I want it so bad.
Remember, we took a trip to camping with my family back in, I think, like July. Stopped at Bojangles. The chicken was all right. It wasn't crazy, but those Bowberry biscuits. Next
Yeah, I hear the
fucking
biscuits are incredible. I hear the chicken's good, but like the biscuits are where it's at, and like their sauces are good and stuff. So like, I'm in. That's just I'm in. You say no more. wonder when they're opening. Let's see. Five locations in the coming years. No projected times though.
Trying not to eat Haley's. I'm trying to. Part of me selfishly, like, hopefully.
Oh no, it won't be this year. Oh man. I'm also trying out Sagittarium in this new list. Just to hold back objectives.
Yeah.
I couldn't figure out a better way to do it. Like I had the single Terminators, which they did pretty good against you, but like they didn't do anything. You know, they just kind of held the objective.
Yeah.
And it still made me feel like I needed to double back. That's kind of what caused me to have to come back a little bit.
Yeah. Whenever I took out that
So I
first
feel,
one.
yeah. So I feel like having 3 Sagittarium on each objective, they still get to shoot like 30 something inches. So like I feel like I could just activate the terrain, get inside of it, and stay on the objective and just kind of shoot.
Still pose a threat. I mean, basically, that's what I do with my Already
Yeah,
works.
yeah. They've got they're like they have a really cool beam weapon up close, but like even if they're not doing that, it's still 3 shots each, 36 inches, strength 5, AP minus 1, 2 damage. I mean, that's better than the bolter.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely get as much use.
Yeah. And I feel like it's still like 3 wounds each. It's like 9 wounds instead of, it's more expensive, but it's 9 wounds instead of 4 wounds, and they're actively doing stuff. So that's the goal. I'm thinking one they'll hold the point. I mean, the idea is they hold the point, hide the bikes. Do I have a unit of? I don't remember if I have Terminators in this list. I think I ended up having to put Terminators in the list. I did, yeah. Oh, it's just a single Terminator. Never mind. I still do have one single Terminator that I throw into reserve. That I can. That one's just for like annoying you. It's in reserve, and it's like I can just drop it on a point at some point if I need to. For 65 points, objective secured that I could drop anywhere on the board. That was worth it.
Yeah, that's awesome. 5 points.
But it's less worth it to just put them on the back objectives. I feel like as a utility in Deep Strike, useful. As just 2 guys that stand on objectives,
Yeah.
a little less interesting. So I figure I throw him in reserves, Deep Strike. I throw the captain and shield captain maybe in reserves, and then the one flank is the sword and board guardians with Trajan and the Vexilla and the Sister of Silence lady that turns off OBSEC, just kind of going up the board as fast as possible. The other side is the Rhino, and then the bikes and the bike captain kind of go where they're needed, kind of flex around wherever they need to go. I don't know. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't. But I think at least it feels like I get 2 flanks. Which last game it felt like I had 2 flanks, but I feel like if I'm depending on bikes to hold down a flank, I'm not getting the best use out of my bikes because then they're not getting like I pretty much moved my bikes onto that middle objective and was like, I guess I'm on this objective now. Do I leave it? And if I stay there, I don't get to like charge and do all the good stuff.
Yeah. Well, I also
So it was just like,
I put a ton of pressure on you. So I
Yeah.
immediately was like, the midfield is mine.
Also, I fucked up and used all those cool strats. It at the time it felt like using the cool strats on the 1-up save was the better choice. But in retrospect, I was like, why didn't I use those strats on the bikes and save the more expensive bikes? You know,
Yeah.
like been okay losing the. I think I just made a big blunder on that. Like it was just, and also I had to lose some of those troops because you made me go back to my objective with 3 of the guard.
Yeah.
Like I had to abandon and go backwards. And that was like, that told me I was doing something wrong. So, yeah. I need to figure out my secondaries for sure.
I just hope we get a different one this time.
True.
I feel like no matter what, if we somehow roll the same mission,
If we roll the same one,
We
we can
roll it.
definitely do it. If you want, we can just roll you can roll the mission now. I can just go look at it.
find some dice.
Just take a takes 2 d6 rolls. And I guess this will probably be the last hurrah, because this time, or Saturday, not this Saturday, but the Saturday after that is when the new GT pack's supposed to come out.
Okay.
It's all happening soon, man.
Yeah. Fucking heated my model across the table. Good. He's good. Alright, I'll be right back. Let me get some.
Yeah, sure. Because we did surround and destroy this past time.
Yeah. You still hear me?
I can.
Okay. So 2d6. We are on 4, 2.
22 then.
4, 2.
Wait, no. No, wait, that's no 4 and a 2. That's
Yeah.
the exact same one. Roll again.
2,
Okay.
2.
So 1, 11, 1, 1.
Is it a D3?
It's D3, yeah.
Oh, then yeah, 11.
Cool. Retrieval mission. So this is a lengthways deployment. One objective in each of our zones. It's 6 objectives. It's 1, 2 more. Is the main one, obviously. Minimize losses. It starts out out of number of units in your army. This is your army strength. The unit splits, blah, blah, blah. Unit merges. Okay, whatever. At the end of battle, add up how many units from your army are left on the battlefield, but excluding all units. If the total is 75%, score 50. Oh, this secondary is tough. The built-in army mission secondary is essentially if you have 75% of your army still on the board, you get 15 points. If you have 50% or more, it's 10, and if you have 25% or more, it's 5. It's keeping stuff alive, and that's pretty tough in this game.
Yeah, that seems kind of bad.
It's probably more doable for me, but even I'm like not sure on that. Should be deadly. So it's 6 objectives. So it's I forgot what lengthwise deployment is, but it's lengthwise deployment. So it's like end to end instead of the Dawn of War that we did before.
Mm-hmm. But it's not like horizontal.
No. It's vertical, pretty much.
Okay.
It's not one of the weird angled ones either. So it's end to end. You have one objective dead center of your deployment zone. Each of us have one dead center of our deployment zone, and then there's 4 in the no man's land area, 2 up and 2 down.
Interesting.
Center's got. This is an interesting one. I don't think I've actually played this.
I don't think I've seen that one before. I'm excited.
I don't think I've actually played this at all in all the time that I've played this game. For some reason, I just didn't get 1-1. It looks good. I'm interested. We got the objectives are 12 from the middle and 8 off the center, so they're kind of like halfway into each of the top boards. Okay. The pretty big deployment zones. It's gonna be it's lengthwise, but we're gonna be in each other's face pretty quick on this one.
Yeah.
For sure. Another one that's gonna be weird for stuff like Stranglehold.
Yeah.
Stranglehold is usually like my go-to if it's like, oh, I can't figure something out, I'll just do Stranglehold. And then like it's like, okay, you can't do it on this one. Stranglehold 40K. Let's see. Three victory points. You control 3 or more objective markers, and you also control more. See, like that is going to be tough with the 6 objective, no matter what we do.
Yeah.
That's going to be tough. This is going to be tough. This is going to be interesting. I'll probably take even banners is tough because you don't start on them, and you can't advance. I think you'll be able to get to them in one move though, because your deployment is only 4 inches from the objective. So it's a pretty bit wide berth. We should be able to get to all the objectives pretty fast.
So it's gonna get real bloody real quick.
I mean, the objectives are only 18 inches from each other. 16 inches from each other.
They'll be able to plink each other from them.
Yep. Indeed. Because if you count the actual... Because it's 16 inches from the center of each objective. So it's going to be more like 12 inches.
Damn it, I cannot get this fucking mixing ball moving around this pot.
Vortex mixer time.
I don't have one. Anytime I have to use this fucking Corax white, man. So thick. die even though it's plugged in? I think it did. Yep. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. So I don't. It's not washed. I don't really know how I'm gonna wash it, but just have one color left to do, and I think this is pretty much done.
Nice. Show a picture.
Give me like 1 second to get this last color on, and I will.
I stay away from the city. It never feels like home. I know it's kind of a pity. You say I'm missing out, but no point in trying to fix what ain't broken. No words to speak that haven't been spoken. No one can tell me who I was meant to be. I said, take me back down to the water.
Sister 19 wool online.
Do what?
This message in my chat says Sister 19 lol.online.
Hell yeah.
Ah, yes. Agreed.
I never took you for granted. I only wanted time.
They must be a real fan of yours.
Mm-hmm.
You don't, but that's fine.
They know what you want to hear.
Trying to fix what ain't broken. No words to
That's my favorite.
been spoken. No one can tell me who I was meant to be. I said, take me back down to the water. Don't make goodbye any harder.
Hopefully we get Philip to play soon.
Hope so. Is he back home yet, or?
I don't know. I don't think there's a reason for him not to be home at this point. John's like tested negative, and it's been like forever. So
Wet transfer before or after washing? Before, right?
do what?
Wet transfers before or after washing?
Transfers?
Yeah.
Like decals?
Yeah.
I don't know actually. Huh.
You good?
Do what?
Said you good?
Yeah. I was just helping.
I fucked up. I like was hitting rivets around a thing, and I was like, I'll just go do like, the rest of them on here real quick. Rivets everywhere. And I'm trying to just drop a little tiny dot of silver on
Oh,
like
no.
100 little dots. Not too bad. It actually is making it like pop way more. But there is just so many of them.
Oh, decided you don't. Oh, God. Damn it. Mm.
Oh my god, it's almost 3 a.m.
What a disaster.
I needed to be in bed like 3 hours ago.
Oh man, do it.
I'm almost done.
I probably shouldn't be drinking it now. Just kind of put 2 and 2 together on that one.
What are you drinking? A Mountain Dew?
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah.
I've just been drinking it this whole time, so not. It didn't really click.
That caffeine, man.
Caffeine's usually okay for me, actually. It's weird. No, every can. It's not a can being opened. Oh, God. Cats. This cat. Every time it hears a can, it's like, is it for me?
My food?
He doesn't even eat canned food. When it's tuna, he's the worst.
Yeah, one of my cats freaks out over tuna. Okay. Just have to do the base, which I'm not gonna do tonight. Well, actually, hang on. What?
Do what?
For or after. I don't even know if I'm gonna wash this thing though.
Dude, I didn't wash mine. I pretty much I did some washing on like the metal bits, but not like the whole surface. So like if it was like a little metal bit, I would put a black wash on it, or like a gun barrel or something like that.
Yeah.
But over the whole surface, that ain't worth it. That's just too much. That's a waste of wash to me. It's not even about like doing it, it's just like I don't want to use that much like Knoll oil and Agrax.
Yeah.
Plus on big flat surfaces, those can stain. They can like leave coffee staining on it. I don't want to deal with all that. So, my vote would be no, but you know, it's your mini.
I think I'm gonna do it just on the grates on the top.
That makes sense. I did it on the little fleur-de-lis and like the book. We be dripping.
Man, how do I use? I actually don't remember how. Good. Hey, can you still hear me?
Oh, my bad. I was muted.
Oh, good.
I can hear you.
My iPad was telling me did not have internet.
No, you're good. You're good. What's stupid?
I don't remember what I was gonna say. I don't remember how to use Warhammer.
They're a little tricky. I actually have this stuff called microset and microsol that you use with them to like help dissolve the thing.
The hard came now dry. What we're doing now stuff. This. Now this is the first part. Now, conditions. It is.
Okay, it's finished.
Show it. Show it. Oh, sick. Dude, that looks so good.
Once I varnish it, I think that transfer shouldn't be as visible. I'm digging it. I'm happy with how it came
Yeah,
out.
dude. It looks great. Yeah, you can also look at some, like, there's some different transfer, like, dissolve type things. Like that Microsoft, I haven't tested it myself, but I have some. It's pretty cheap. I got it for like $5 on Amazon or something.
Yeah, I mean, this worked pretty good. I'm happy with how it
Yeah, it
looks.
looks good. I think it looks great, dude. The trim, man, that's a lot of trim.
Yeah.
But I guess you didn't have to paint the trim separately. You painted the plates, right?
No, I painted it all separately.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I
Holy
had to
shit.
pick everything out.
Good god. This looks great, dude. I'm excited to see it all based up and shooting me in the face.
I might just base it now. I'm like, whatever, you know what, fuck it. I'll
Sure,
go.
yep. To be fair, the basing is just throwing a bunch of texture paint on. So it's not like it won't take less time tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah, I kind of want to get it varnished too, because I don't want it getting messed
Mhm.
up. Um, that. These guys also forgot to prime. That's part of why I want to get it varnished. Because I'm dumb and got too excited and like was like half asleep and started spraying it, and I was like, oh shit.
That's fair. How is this?
Alright, well, next up to paint is some Skitarii. I painted
Yeah.
my Patapron last, and now this. So I think next up is some boring troops.
Yeah, that's kind of how I do it. I'll do like some stuff, like I'll do like 10 troops and then be like, okay, I've had fun. Let's do, or I've had the boring stuff. I'll go do a fun thing, and then go back to the troops. Like 10 troops in a hero, 10 troops in an elite thing. I got to go back and do those. I have to, once I finish these sisters, I have to finish my play. I have to finish.
Your what?
Plague Marines, those
Oh.
ones that I started on the PC, they're almost done. But and then I've got 10 more. What are they called? Poxwalkers ready to go.
Is all your Death Guard stuff built?
It's all built, or all the stuff for the first 2,000 points. The Terminus S list is built, and then I base coded all of the armored stuff because it's all just done in that Death Guard. And then I've got a prime and base code all the Poxwalkers. Well, I've done 20 of them. I have 80 more.
Nice. I think I am gonna try, like I said before, I'm gonna try and build paint with Wolfguard. Or with my Space Wolves. Like I'm not gonna start on the next box until they're done being painted.
Interesting. I like building all at once because I don't like interrupting my painting flow. The problem with me is I get into moods where I'm like, I want to build or I want to paint. And when I want to build, I just want to build. I don't want to build and paint. So like, that's when I used that energy to kind of get through all the Death Guard. That was kind of like my catalyst.
Yeah. Like I get that same way too, but then I won't paint. I'll just keep building and like.
That's fair. I'm pretty decent when I'm building about setting like a goal and be like, I need to stop here. So, no.
I don't know, I'm gonna go throw this in front of the fan.
Oh, I think I'm gonna log off. It's late.
Yeah.
I need to hit the set.
Hi, man.
But I'll probably be hobbying again tomorrow. To be honest, Ariel was supposed to come home, but I think now that she's waiting to do a COVID test, I don't know. So I'll probably be on late tomorrow night.
Okay, cool. Sounds good, man.
Later, dude.
Later. Have a good night.
Yep, you too. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. I'm just gonna base it and then maybe varnish it. Don't know where Kaylee's hairdryer is. That's really what. I just want to get some gobs of this around. Let's see if I can go find her. mic has not been on. Alright. I didn't really like the way the Iron Earth looked, so we're just gonna do just Iron Crust. I used so much of that bottle though. Should start seeing some big cracks here soon. Okay. Go run this. I kind of want this for dry brushing. Okay.